subscribe. If you're new, the show will be starting in just moments. And we got a lot to cover today. And it's Friday, which is Open Phones. And on Open Phones, we call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. Hey guys, welcome. Hold on one second. I gotta grab my laptop. Be right back. It's around here somewhere. Where did I put it? There it is. I couldn't find it. I got it. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. Hey there, one and all. I'm going to start the other stream. We've got so much to cover. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk, and of course, we got a lot to talk about. There's this new poll out that I want to go over. It's a poll of Trump running in 2028 for a historic third term. And this is something that's been talked about a lot in the last few months. And Bannon dropped a poll about this, the great Steve Bannon, yesterday on the War Room. Look at this. This is on Mediaite. Steve Bannon celebrates poll showing majority of the GOP wants Trump third term. And Bannon said, I told you this day was coming. Yeah, I've been telling you guys too, haven't I? Right, I know. It is spectacular. By the way, if you'd like to call in, the number is pinned in the live chat. And today is Friday. And on Friday's program, it is Open Phones on Friday. Monday through Thursday, you got to call in about whatever I'm talking about. But on Friday's show, the show prep is up to you guys. You can call in about any and everything on your mind. That's right. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. That's Open MAGA Mike Friday. And yeah, so give me a call, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. So Bannon, look at this. This is in Mediaite. Steve Bannon took a victory lap this week after a new poll came out showing that a majority of Republicans, which is all that matters in this poll because the Democrats are going to vote for the few that are left, whatever idiot that they nominate. But so you only really want to poll Republicans on this because we're the ones that are going to pick the nominee. But anyway, Steve Bannon took a victory lap this week after a new poll came out showing that a majority of Republicans favor President Donald Trump seeking a third term from which the U.S. Constitution bars him. Well, you can amend the Constitution. Dave Weigel at Semaphore, he broke the story. Republican voters want Trump to run for a third term 53-47. That's absolutely amazing for a third term. Isn't that something? 53-47. That is Absolutely amazing. And I know a lot of people will say, that's impossible. That's impossible. How many, now I knew all along, because I told you guys this for years, but how many of you guys thought it would be impossible for President Trump to return to the presidency after everything they've done to him? And here he is. You know, he literally got shot by these never-Trumpers in Butler, Pennsylvania, got up, wanted to continue the speech, talked, and he's in the White House again. The report covers the latest poll from the left-leaning think tank Data for Progress. So this is a liberal Democrat poll, and it's a poll that leans to the left, even though they say it's Republicans. It's a liberal-leaning poll, a liberal polling organization, and their data is telling them the majority of Republicans want President Trump to run in 2028. The survey of 1,247 likely voters, which is a scientific sample, the likely voters, conducted last week and provided first to Semaphore, found 53% of Republicans in favor of Trump running again in 2028. At the same time, Republicans were less likely than Democrats or independents to think that Trump would try to run again, a bid that would violate the 22nd Amendment and the two-term limit. No, you can amend that. That can be changed. Nearly 60% of Democrats also said they believe Trump will attempt to run for president again. Bannon has long pushed the idea of Trump seeking a third term, something Trump himself has also joked about. Yeah, and this hat that I'm wearing, the Trump 2028 hat, I bought, it's a sample of 1,247 likely voters, which is larger than most of the national presidential polls out there of a polling sample. This Trump 2028 hat that I'm wearing, I bought this hat from the official Trump store. And they do sell this hat at the White House gift shop. Nearly 60% of Democrats also said they believe Trump will attempt to run for president again. Bannon has long pushed the idea of Trump seeking a third term, something Trump himself has also joked about. In March, Bannon predicted, now I've been saying it longer than March, guys, but that's okay. Predicted Trump would not only run again, but that he would win a third term. In an interview with Chris Cuomo, that's Fredo, Bannon said, "We're working on it. I think we'll have a couple of alternatives. Let's just say that. We'll see what the definition of term limit is." Oh, isn't that something? You know, Bannon's a lawyer, don't forget. And then he said this to Fredo Cuomo. "Chris, as you know, I've had greater long shots than this. We've had greater long shots than Trump 2028, and we got a lot of stuff we're working on there. We're not prepared to talk about it publicly, but in a couple of months, I think we will be." Bannon added when pressed exactly how Trump would run again. So that's the great Steve Bannon. That would be amazing. And, you know, we really, truly need Trump for a third term. Things are, you know, everything he is doing is spectacular and beautiful. There's no mistaking that. But what he's doing, he's changing everything, right? I mean, he's a complete disruptor. I was talking last week that Victor Davis Hanson said that what President Trump's second term is a counter-revolution, the biggest counter-revolution in American politics since FDR when he was first elected in 1933, because that was a big rejection of business. People trusted that gilded age of business people until the Depression. And the reason that he was elected to 4 terms is because there was so much chaos going on that he was correcting, right? We had the Depression, we had the war, and people thought, well, hey, things that are going on are so important to deal with, it's not a good idea to change leadership in the middle of this crisis. And look at what President Trump is doing. Everything he is doing is amazing. One of the biggest problems in the United States is crime. And President Trump is the first person in the history of Washington, D.C. to actually stand up and do something about crime. Look, in Baltimore, they're asking for Trump to come to Baltimore now to rid Baltimore of its crime problem. Think about that. Minneapolis, they should definitely be on the list. Chicago certainly is on the list. You even have the D.C. Mayor, Bowser, who was opposed to all of this, coming out talking about what great work President Trump, Pam Bondi, and the rest have done with cleaning up crime in Washington, D.C. And this fight against crime in America's cities that President Trump started leading a fight against to stamp out in D.C. will spread to other cities and change a lot. You know, could you imagine how great would America be if we had incredibly low crime rates in these major cities? I think about that. I mean, it's amazing. And, you know, what President Trump has shown in Washington, D.C., which is a model, okay, for how to do it in the other cities, is that, yeah, we can round up these criminals. We can end crime. We can end all of this because they've done it. Crime's down over 80% in D.C., and they haven't even fully completed moving in and taking over yet. Now, if you're new to the program, my name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Make sure you follow and subscribe on whatever platform you're listening on. Now, there's something I can't play on the radio. Let me pull it up because of the language. So I want to play this now. I can play this here. This is Senator Mark Warner, another idiot in the aftermath of the tragedy in Minneapolis. You know, I was talking yesterday on the program, it started with that idiot mayor in Minneapolis who said, oh, you know, prayers don't work and all that. And then all the liberals were talking against prayer, which was disgusting. And it's becoming the ice bucket challenge of the Democrats, meaning a trend, right? A trend among Democrats is trashing prayer. Now, I can't play this on the radio when we go live on the radio at 6 Eastern here because Mark Warner's using profanity, but I can play it to you guys online. Listen. Okay, now first of all, who would talk about praying in Christianity in the same breath that you're using profanity like that? I mean, you know, Senator Mark Warner, a low-life Democrat, no doubt about it. But this open rejection of prayer isn't just an attack on Christianity. That covers all religions, whatever religion you are. The majority of Americans are Christians, but we are a Christian nation, but they're attacking all religion and using profanity. But then he goes on to attack our great American flag. Yeah, it is. And, you know, the reason you lower the flags is not just out of respect. It's to remember and think about who or what the flag is being lowered for. So that is, someone's in the chat room said, please enlighten us on Trump's Christian values. I'll give you a great one right now. President Trump overturned Roe v. Wade, you know, which has reduced the number of abortions in the United States by who knows how many since it's been overturned. And that's a forever thing. And all of the Christian organizations in the Republican Party since 1973 have been advocating as Christians, as conservatives, to overturn Roe v. Wade. And President Trump did that. So, so if you want an example of his Christian values, overturning Roe v. Wade is a great example of a Christian value that President Trump has brought to the presidency. Also, all these wars that he's ended around the country. How many lives have been saved from the wars that he's ended? Now, he hasn't been able to end the Russian-Ukraine war. I mean, you got two lunatic, egomaniac dictators, Zelensky and Putin, but he's ended, what, 6 others? How many lives have been saved between the wars that he's ended in this beautiful second term and overturning Roe v. Wade? In fact, overturning Roe v. Wade, millions upon millions of people will be born and live and have children, because that's a forever gift of life that he gave. So yeah, he's a very strong Christian. He just doesn't wear it on his sleeve like a lot of people do, which I respect that. I think that's a stronger Christian value than wearing it on your sleeve for politics and photo ops. Don't you guys agree? Mm-hmm. You know, this is an alligator Alcatraz shirt I'm wearing. This here, my wife got me a few of these cool alligator Alcatraz t-shirts. This is my favorite one. It's I'll show you the back of it because it's got a bigger image of it, but it says alligator Alcatraz, and there's an image of President Trump riding an alligator, which I would not recommend doing. See, it's the same image on the back, just bigger. My wife has very good taste in clothes. She buys all my clothes, and I love these alligator Alcatraz shirts. And I don't wear too many T-shirts that have things on the back of them, but the alligator Alcatraz T-shirts, they all do. You know, they have the alligator Alcatraz on the back. And when I wear these alligator Alcatraz shirts, no matter where I go, I get compliments. I like your shirt, cool shirt, where'd you get the shirt, awesome shirt, I agree with about your shirt, I love alligator Alcatraz, or they'll just start talking to me, but I get nonstop compliments. So in line at the checkout, walking at a strip center, walking in the mall, it really shows you how large and how strong MAGA is. Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're new to the program, make sure you subscribe. You know, just to tell you quickly, I'm on the radio on a whole bunch of radio stations and morning drive, FM radio stations, from 6 till 9 a.m. weekday mornings. And I live stream on YouTube when I'm on the radio. So this is the pre-show. So doing a little pre-show here before I go on the radio. And I always do take live calls, both in the pre-show, and I also do an after show and on the radio show. So let's take a couple of calls. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, is this Scott here?
Are you Scott? Is that your name? Okay, I don't know what he's talking about. I know this, that if you know, all this talk about this god-awful incident in Minneapolis the other day, and the causes behind it, if you've been listening to my program in the last few months, I've been getting more and more calls from Gen Z men, young men who were Gen Z. They're Gen Z in general, but the males are worse than the women, but the women, it's true too, the young women. Gen Z is an angry, psychotic generation of people. You hear it with the phone calls. They're out of control, anger and rage and inappropriateness in conversations and word choices and everything. It's a real messed up generation, Gen Z. I don't know why that generation is so angry, but you know, when I take these calls, you know, liberals that call me over the years, liberals are always angry, but the Gen Z liberals, they're unhinged at a level that I've never experienced before in a group. And I don't even think they know why they're angry, but they're very angry. All right, let's see here. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, this is Stefan.
Oh, hey, hold on. Let me answer these other phones while you're calling in. Hold on. All right, Stefan, what's on your mind?
Hey, Brian, I just called to say, man, I love your show. Everything you're doing, everything you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Everything about Trump, man, it's prophesized. If you ever saw the book, The Adventures of Baron Trump,
no.
That book came out in like 1862.
Yeah, it has nothing to do.
It literally talks about Trump taking over and doing everything he's doing right now, man.
Really?
It's prophecy.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of the book.
Yeah, it's a good book.
Really? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Who's the author?
It's basically going about the author. Give me 1 second.
You've got the book, so you have read it. You actually have the book in your hand. Oh, but that's okay. Yeah, I've heard of the book, The Adventures of Baron Trump. Yeah, pretty good book.
Yeah, it's really about it's about Donald Trump and him becoming the president of America and everything. It's
What
from
what's
1863.
what is your favorite thing that President Trump has done in his second term?
Everything. No, it's definitely the border being closed. For
Yeah.
Sure.
One thing I'm amazed how there is not really a lot of public outrage over the deportations. I know they have that wife beater. They call him the Maryland man, the human trafficker, and they do a lot of things around him. But the deportations really, not a lot of outrage over the deportations.
I mean, it's a good thing. It was too much nonsense going on in the country. I mean, it's time for us to take our country back.
That's right, and we've done. All right, take care, man. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Trump porks children with...
Okay, all right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
This is Will. I think it's just real funny how you use Christianity when you want to, but then you ignore it when you feel it doesn't suit you.
Well, I don't use Christianity, but I mean...
You absolutely do.
How do I do that?
You absolutely... Well, because in one breath, you talk about all the lives it saved. Well, then immediately after, pointing out the fact that you want to imprison migrants, pointing out the fact that you want to essentially build these concentration camps up and
concentration
store
camps?
people in there.
Absolutely. First off, when people are criminals, you put them in jail, right? That's what jails and prisons are for. And the migrants are illegals and they're criminals. So you put criminals.
Give me any passage about migrants.
Well, I'm not a preacher, and this is not a Christian show, and we don't govern our country based on the Bible. But Jesus did say, "Render unto Caesar what is Caesar." So Jesus said, "Stay out of government." Jesus said, "Stay out of government."
Then why do you talk about how Christian Trump is all the time?
Someone asked me. No, excuse me. I don't talk about how Christian Trump is. Someone asked me.
You love it.
Excuse me. Someone asked. See what I mean about Gen Z guys? Out of control, rage. Someone asked me about Trump's Christianity, and I gave an example of how he overturned Roe v. Wade, which, of course, many children have been born since, hundreds of thousands by this point, millions as time goes on because of it. Of the Bible?
Quick.
Yeah,
quick.
Sure.
When a stranger saw your...
Well, where is this passage? Wait. Cite the passage and verse. What's the verse?
Leviticus 19:33 through 34.
Okay, so the Old Testament.
Look it up to yourself.
Okay, no, I believe you. The Old Testament.
When a stranger sojourns with you in your land, you shall not do him wrong. You shall treat the stranger who sojourns with you as the native among you. And you shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Okay, so this is interesting. So I'm very fascinated by this. Okay, now I don't want to hear any other. No. Are you saying that instead of sending illegals to Alligator Alcatraz and El Salvador or back to Venezuela, wherever else they're from, we should send them to Egypt?
That's very funny.
No, I mean you mentioned Egypt. See, here's the thing: in the world,
do you know the context?
Excuse me.
Do you understand the context of that?
I am speaking. In the world today. No, I speak here every day for hours a day. I'm allowing you to speak and participate and have access to this incredible audience that I have. But in the world, we have countries, right? Countries have something called borders. All of them do. In fact, Ukraine and Russia are at war because Russia violated the border of Ukraine and is pushed into their country and are trying to conquer it. If you don't have borders, you have no country. How do you have a country if you have no borders?
I didn't say I have no borders. I said treat people with respect.
We do treat people with that. Excuse me. We do treat people with respect. Many of those, when you talk about immigrants, the First Lady of the United States, Melania Trump, is a naturalized U.S. citizen who came to the United States legally with a work visa, and she became a U.S. citizen through a legal process. We have a process to welcome immigrants from any country in the world, pretty much, that have clean records and such. But you just can't come here and set up a life and retire off of the welfare system, which many had been doing under Biden. This is not a theocracy. We don't run the country based on what the Bible. We feed the poor.
Oh, we do, but we're going to cut SNAP benefits in the new big beautiful bill.
No, there are people that are committing fraud that don't need the SNAP benefits. They choose not to work. There's no fraud with food stamps. Okay. There's no fraud with food stamps. Oh my goodness, no fraud. Everyone who's receiving food stamps, SNAP benefits, and WIC is incapable of work. They're destitute and poor, and they have no other way to earn money or anything else other than if we give it to them. I mean, come on. Every country has a border. It is only the United States that the liberals believe is required to bring in everyone from every country, and that they're supposed to be able to live here. You know, I've had to renew my passport. We have our 10th annual MAGA cruise in March, which, by the way, you guys are invited, and you should go on our MAGA cruise. Let me give you the number for Ian at Cruise and Travel Depot. And here's, hold on a second, guys. Let me pull up the, here we go, yes. This is a video from one of our cruises I put together. The number on the screen, 561-244-5779. That's Ian at Cruise and Travel Depot. Give him a call and join us. But I had to renew my passport. This is our 10th annual cruise. We're going to Antigua, Nassau in the Bahamas, and the Virgin Islands. And passports, they expire every 10 years. I can't board the ship and go to Antigua, Nassau, and I don't know if we're going to the British or the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'd forgotten. But I can't board the ship without a passport. And I'm only going to be going to these countries for a couple of hours and have a good time with many of you in this audience. Why do I need documents and these illegals don't? You know, why are they able to come over here and set up a whole life and live off the social welfare system? This is the only country that liberals believe is required to do this. The SS Titanic, no, there's no icebergs in the Caribbean. But yeah, and by the way, join us on our 10th annual MAGA cruise, guys. You'll have a great time. I love it. It's my annual vacation, and you guys are invited to go on my vacation with me. Those of you that have been on our cruises before, that are going on this one, Ian and I have been planning all kinds of surprises and things that we've never done before on our cruises, in particular on board ship. And we have some incredible shore excursions. So there's the number. Give them a call and join us. And I know they like to say concentration. These are not concentration camps. You know, concentration camps are you know, like in Germany or maybe the gulags in the Soviet Union. No one's being tortured. No one's being starved. No one's being forced to work. And the due process is taking place. Now, today is Friday, which means it's open phones on the program, Open MAGA Mike Friday. Anything and everything on your mind is fair game on Friday's show for you guys to call in about. You don't have to call in about what I'm talking about. Here's a idiot on CNN here. They're talking about the tragedy the other day. Talking about the monster. Oh my goodness. So we have a hate crime committed against Christians, in particular Catholics. I'm Catholic, you know, and we have this leftist from Georgetown telling us it's not a hate crime. He specifically targeted them. Okay. So the left, this story is already evaporating. Although we've got a new wrinkle, which I'm going to cover today. The monster's mother is not cooperating with authorities. She's lawyered up, okay, which is very strange and unusual in these situations, isn't it? The left are just freaking out because this monster in Minneapolis, he's a left-wing Democrat, right? He's trans, a Democrat. He hated Trump. He supported the Palestinians against the Israelis. He's an anti-Semite. He obviously hates Christians, Catholics in particular. And what you've seen since this monstrous act took place, where babies' lives were taken from this earth by this animal, whose name I won't say. What you've heard from the left is nothing but a defense of him and trans people. They've been telling us this has nothing to do with the fact that he's a left-wing Democrat. This is not a time to blame trans people. No, I don't hear them talking at all about the victims or even the community that were directly affected by this. It's all a deflection and a defense of the people responsible for it. And there's a story today that idiot governor, Tim Walz, that he refused to give extra security to the Catholics who had asked for it, even though they have a major budget surplus for such things. I got a story about it I'm going to cover on the program later today. And you know why he didn't approve it? Because he doesn't like Christians, because he's a liberal. And he's a communist with these Chinese ties. But listen, they don't control the narrative anymore. We have a media now, which I'm a part of, but we have the new media, and we get the truth out there. And it's not the days of when we had the 3 networks, a couple of newspapers, and some 24-hour cable sending us left-wing propaganda to spin everything. They're not able to get their narratives off the ground anymore like they used to. They crash and burn before they can get the narrative off the ground. And people like me, we are out there explaining everything in the reality. And you guys know, when this tragedy happened, tell me yes or no in the chat room. When you first heard about this tragedy, this god-awful, monstrous tragedy at the school in Minneapolis, was your first thought it was a trans person, yes or no? Before you knew? Before you knew, did that thought pass your mind? It did mine. I got a call from a lady yesterday who said it. Yeah, people in the chat. So why is that? Now the left will tell you, oh, that's hate, that's bigotry. No, because there's a trend going on that needs to be investigated. Right? We've had several, I think more than half a dozen of incidents like this with transgender people. So what's going on here? Specifically, look, the chat room's filled with yeses, right? Chat room's filled with yeses. That tells you something. That's not an accident. The reason so many people are saying yes is because there's a problem in this country. Now, is it a mental health crisis? Is it medications? Is it foods? Is it media? Who knows? Who knows? But I know this, and I've talked about this a lot in the last few years. This trans fad has been one of the most clever attacks on this nation done by a foreign power during a Cold War situation. And this is what has happened. I haven't talked about this in a while, so we're still in the pre-show, guys. If you're on hold, stand by. When we get on the radio in just a bit, I'll go back to the calls. And as a reminder, when we switch over to the radio, which will happen in just a few short minutes, no profanity. I've talked about this in the past, but not for a while. But I want to talk about it here for a moment before we do the switch over to the radio. This trans fad that came out of the blue was a propaganda tactic done by China through TikTok. The TikTok algorithm is probably one of the most advanced algorithms ever created. If you've ever been on TikTok, it's very hard to put the phone down. That TikTok algorithm knows how to hook you in and keep you watching. It's really a dangerous thing. And young people, what they care about more than anything are how many views, likes, tweets, retweets, and all that stuff that they get. Repost, all that stuff. And what China did on TikTok, and they may have just stumbled upon it. There's no way they could have predicted the success of this. People who were trans, all of a sudden, somebody would start an account, no followers, not famous, not a celebrity, 0 followers. They'd start an account, they'd do a trans thing. Next thing you know, they'd have 3 to 5 million followers in a week because TikTok, China, was pushing them to the top. And it created a trend, a fad of sorts, because, young people, they're so into that, right? Clout chasing and everything. And they started this whole trans thing through TikTok and the trends. If you were trans, you'd have millions of followers on TikTok almost overnight. And that's how this all started. And look at the effect it's had, right? If Trump would not have been reelected, it could have led to the collapse of this country. The birth and death rate are almost the same. Our birth rate is way down. It infected our military. We've had a number of incidents like in Minneapolis over the last couple of years by trans people, and look at this. Now, I don't think China realized how successful that would be. They just stumbled upon it, but it has. And that's how this has all started. And if you think about it, you probably would agree with how they started it. Now, once they got the ball rolling, it became a major fad in the country, like fat laces and parachute pants used to be, right? The fads, they come and they go. I was watching a video yesterday on YouTube. It was a local news story from 1983 at the opening of Return of the Jedi. And they interviewed this woman, and she had a headband around. And the woman looked so 80s, I couldn't believe it. That the headband in the leg warmer era, that went out. And this hopefully will go out. I think the fad is already over. But that's how it happened. China and TikTok. And I'm sure there's other things. There has never been a propaganda campaign in the Cold War that has been as successful as that. The most successful propaganda campaign by a foreign nation that I know of prior to that was the Vietnam War protest that the Soviet Union were behind. But TikTok took it to China took it to a whole new level with TikTok and had amazing success. All right, we're just a short time waiting to hear from Mike at the radio station. We got about, 4 or 5 minutes until we go live on the radio. So if you're on hold, hang in there. I don't take any calls when we get close to the switch over, just in case we mistakenly get put on the air, which can happen. So I'm not going to do that until we go live on the radio. So if you're on hold, you'll have to hang in there. But that's how it happened. And the re-election of Donald Trump and all of his policies are absolutely perfect and have done incredible things, like we were talking about the border and things like that. But him stopping the woke agenda has been a success at a level that I don't think we fully appreciate, because we're living through this and we're going through the news day to day. And a lot of times when you're living through these things, you don't realize what you're living through until later, and you reflect on it, 20 years later. But I could see it happening now. What would this country have been like today if Willie Brown's girlfriend, Kamala Harris, had become the president? What would this country be like today? Well, there'd be a lot of people alive who wouldn't be, right? Through the victimhood of the illegals, the migrants on their way here, the victims in this country of migrant crime. The Democrats would have passed into law making Roe v. Wade a federal law that she would have signed. Probably would have been one of the first things they did. All the lives that have been saved by President Trump with the security operation in D.C., those people would no longer be with us. I mean, this country just would have been a terrible place if the wokesters would have been allowed to continue. Okay, here, if you're on hold, you're going to have to hang in there. Okay, we've got about 3 or so minutes, and then we'll be live. I'm not going to take any calls until we do the switchover. Okay, hold on. I got to get my ad copy together. Let's see. Okay. Let's see here. That one. Okay. Okay. Still organizing. We're about to switch over. Right now it's the top of the hour break at the radio station. If you're new, make sure you subscribe, and everyone click that notification bell, because I notice it's been this is day 8 of the expansion. I've taken our 3-hour show and expanded it to a 4-hour show, and this is day 8 of that. I started it Thursday last week, and I go live in the morning as soon as I can get set up. Right, Starbucks opens at 5. I get my coffee, and I come back to the studio and fire everything up. And that's usually around 5:20-ish. But between 5:20 and 5:30, I'll be going live every day. Click that notification bell, and you'll get the notification when I go live and do the pre-show. And I like the pre-show because I don't have to stop down for breaks as much. I don't have all the restrictions, right? So I can talk a little longer. When you guys call, I don't have the language restrictions with the callers in the pre-show. And I also continue after as well. We sign off at 9. So when we're coming into the last segment and I sign off the radio at 9, I'm still going to be here for a while. So don't go away at the end when we get around 9 o'clock. We got about 2 minutes and we'll be live on the radio. Welcome, Eddie. Just subscribe. Welcome, Eddie. Yeah, this is the most pro-Donald Trump place you will find anywhere, I promise you. You'll never hear me disagree nor criticize our favorite president, Donald Trump. I'm going to open up on the radio with the new poll about Trump 2028. And I do want to take your calls on this because I think we really need President Trump in 2028. There's no getting around that. Okay, let me check our times. Okay, 1 minute. We're 1 minute away. Okay. Less than a minute. Oh, man. Welcome, everyone. Where's everyone located? Let me know in the chat, like, what state or what country you're in. Monarchies don't have elections. We're not talking about making Trump... He is our great MAGA king, but we're not talking about him not having an election. We're talking about elections. All right, here we go. About 30 seconds. Welcome to the program, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Holy smokes. I know, isn't it exciting? I'm excited. You guys excited? Oh, man. We've got so much to cover today. I wanted to start with this. There's a new poll out about Trump and him running in 2028. I want to go over this. President Trump, the White House released something yesterday that has never been done before that I think is one of the most exciting things I've ever heard. Have you heard this story? President Trump wants to have a Republican National Convention before the midterm elections. This is a wonderful thing. Yeah. You know, the national conventions, the Democrats, I don't even know why they had it. They nominated someone who didn't get a single vote last time. The midterm Republican national conventions. You know, the national conventions of both political parties are really a pep rally. It's a national pep rally. It's kind of like the Comic-Con of each political party. And the purpose of the convention, we have them every 4 years to nominate who's going to be president and vice president, but the purpose of the convention is to get the rank and file of the party all jazzed up. We've got, you have a primary process that goes from state to state, and people get excited. It gets things revved up. Then you go to the convention and you get your nominee. And this is done every 4 years. It's never been done for a midterm before. And this is amazing because I think what President Trump understands is he's so busy running the country, he can't go and have 100 or 200 rallies for everyone running for the House and the Senate. How could he do that? He can't go around and have rallies for everyone. He's president. He's very busy. It'd be very difficult. He did it before, and he was successful, but he knows the strain and the difficulties of that. Plus, having the very first, which is history in the making, because it's never happened before, having the very first midterm party convention, that'll be carried on television. And it would be an amazing rally. And the exact format of it, we haven't been told yet. But I find it exciting as can be. I don't know if it would be before or after the primaries. I would think it'd be after the primaries, just like the presidential one. We'll have our primaries. President Trump will do his endorsements and everything else. And then at the convention, at the midterm Republican National Convention, we'll announce all our nominees for the House seats, the Senate seats, the governor's mansions of the country, and what maybe some other offices too. That sounds absolutely brilliant to me. Well, it's because President Trump is a smart guy, and he understands marketing and showmanship and television and everything else, and it's just a great event. Now, I got a lot that I'm going to cover today. However, today is Friday, and you guys know what Friday is on the program. It's open phones. We call it Open MAGA Mic Friday. And Christine in Pennsylvania came up with the idea of calling it Open MAGA Mic Friday. I don't like calling it Open Phone Friday because that was Rush Limbaugh's thing, and I don't want to steal from Rush. But it's Open Phones on Friday. We call it Open MAGA Mic Friday. And on Open MAGA Mic Friday, the show prep is up to you guys. Monday through Thursday, you got to call in about what I'm talking about. On Friday's show, you can call in about anything and everything on your mind. Show prep's up to you guys. It's Open MAGA Mic Friday. You can call in regardless of whether you're liberal, Democrat, whether you agree or disagree. Now, I do have a lot of things I'm going to bring up, and I hope you'll find them interesting enough to comment on, but you don't have to. You can call in about anything on your mind. The number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. It's a toll-free call no matter where you're located. Okay, so this story here, I saw this story this morning, and I have one of the largest MAGA hat collections. I could open up a gift shop with my MAGA hats. I've got a whole bunch of them, and I've bought some of them, but most of them have been gifts from you guys in the audience who have either come to a personal appearance and given me a hat or mail them to the radio station, and I got a great collection. But the one that I wear most of the time is the one I'm wearing right now. It's the Trump 2028 hat. And people, they call me crazy and all this stuff for wearing a Trump 2028 hat. We need Trump in 2028, and there's a new poll about this. Listen to this. This is in Mediaite. The great Steve Bannon, who's so busy, he doesn't have time to groom. I love Steve Bannon. You guys, I met Steve Bannon at Turning Point USA. He and I went through the security checkpoint together with the Secret Service. And he was all dressed up and everything. He was all dressed up. He was shaved. He had his hair brushed, and he was wearing a jacket and pants and everything else. I almost didn't recognize Steve Bannon because I was looking for sloppy Steve Bannon. and we went through the security together. So I had a little bit of time where I talked to him. But anyway, this is the great Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon celebrates poll showing majority of the GOP want a Trump third term. This is really awesome because I want it. Don't you guys want a Trump third term? Absolutely. Steve Bannon took a victory lap this week after a new poll came out showing that a majority of Republicans favor President Donald Trump seeking a third term. Dave Weigel at Semaphore broke this story. The lead story at Semaphore, Republican voters want Trump to have a third term, 53 to 47. So 53% of Republicans want Trump to have a third term, and I am one of them. And I'm not alone. The majority of Republicans are with me. I'm so glad to hear this. In fact, it's a poll of 1,200, let's see here, it's likely voters. It's a poll of 1,247 likely voters, which is more people than they usually poll in national polls. Yeah, pretty good, huh? Likely voters and Republicans, because those are the ones that count, since the Republicans would be voting in the primaries to nominate in 2028. And I point to Roosevelt. Roosevelt didn't win 4 terms because he was the greatest president ever. Times sucked when he was president, and he sucked too, really, if you look back on it. But the country was going through a lot. The Great Depression and the Second World War, and people in the country, they thought it was not a good idea to change leaders in such an important transformative time in the country. That's where we are now with all the great work that President Trump is doing. And I, for one, support that. I really do. If you're on hold, hang in there. Again, it is Open MAGA Mike Friday. I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, but you can call in again about anything and everything on your mind. The show prep is up to you guys on Friday, 888-465-2631. You may have noticed it rains pretty much every afternoon in Florida now. I love it. I love the rain. It's hot, so it cools things off. But the rains have you noticed? The rains have been hard, man. The rains have been hard. And, I was doing some audio production for my podcast, and the rains were so hard I had to wait for the rain to stop to do it because I have a noise-canceling mic, but that rain was loud, man. It was loud. If you've got a wet spot on your ceiling, even if it's a small one, the size of a coin, you've got a leak in your roof, and you want to call Tom Laporta at Laporta Roofing. He's a good MAGA guy who will never sell you a roof you do not need. If you need a simple repair, Tom Laporta will do it. He covers both the east and west coast of Florida and everywhere in between. I'm going to give you his number. This rings directly to his cell phone. Now, you can also go to his website, LaportaRoofing.com. And at LaportaRoofing.com, you'll find the office number there, and you're welcome to call the office as well. And you'll see that number at LaportaRoofing.com. However, if you want to get the owner himself, Tom Laporta, call or text him on his cell phone, 954-604-4602. 954-604-4602. That's 954-604-4602. We'll be right back with your calls. Welcome, everyone. If you're new, make sure that you subscribe, all right? I'm going to try to take every break on time today. I've been late on every break the rest of the week, which messes everything up. So I got to try to take all the breaks on time. And I was about on time with that one, but about a minute late. If I take the breaks on time, the show flows better. If I get behind, we get jammed up and have back-to-back breaks too much. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll go to the phones when we get back. Yes, let's see. Okay, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, guys. Oh man, do any of you guys watch Dexter? I watched the latest episode of Dexter Resurrection right before I went to Starbucks this morning. It was very good. Very good episode. I can't be the only one that watches Dexter. If you're on hold, stand by. I'm going to go to the phones when we get back. Yes, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Just over a minute, we'll be back. Right? Maybe a little longer than that. One minute, guys. We'll be back in 1 minute. This is a radio station break. I'm going to work hard to take all the breaks on time today. I've been late on every break this week, and it messes everything up. That's right. Not today. Okay. $30 seconds. That's right. Yes or no? Do you want Trump to run in 2028? Yes or no in the chat. Let me know. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on this open phone, open MAGA mic Friday. Very excited. The majority of Republicans want Trump to run in 2028. I am in the majority of Republicans, which is awesome. All right, let's take some of these calls. 888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Well, good morning, Brian. This is Mark from Michigan. How are you, sir?
All right, Mark. What's on your mind?
Well, the economy, sir. That's on my mind. You were talking about that earlier, and I'd like to touch a couple points on that if I could.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just seen a report last night that said we've lost 80,000 jobs in our country in the last 6 months. And there's something about that with the Medicare cuts that a bunch of nursing homes are getting closed down and they're laying people off.
Uh-huh.
I don't understand how that's creating jobs.
Well, the reason you don't understand it is because you're a Democrat.
Well, no, those are facts, sir.
No, I know you Democrats like that word. Hold on, let's slow down.
Well, no,
Those are. I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna respond to what you said. You said you said 80,000 jobs. What were lost? No, 80,000.
Our nation, yes, they were.
No. I tell you, these Democrats, it's amazing.
30,000 was in the federal government alone.
Well, that's awesome. Okay. Those are not 80,000 jobs lost. those are 80,000 jobs created. Okay, what's happened here? Excuse me? No, we have not. We have not lost. No, what has happened is the illegals are now out of work. Illegals that have been taking jobs, oftentimes very skilled and well-paying jobs, they're out of work. Those are new job openings, like all the illegal truck drivers that are being taken off the road, as an example. You know, they count those as jobs lost, but they're actually job openings, job gains. So far as the government workers, the government's too big, okay? We got to reduce the size of government. It's ridiculous.
Okay, well, you're talking about all the jobs created. Why is all the crops and produce in several states and cherry trees in Oregon, all the fruit and produce is rotting in the fields, sir?
Well, I don't know about the particular rotting problem, but excuse me, Michigan. I know that Whitmer's your governor, and I've seen her, and she's not a very pleasant person. I guess that's just the Michigan way. But President Trump is not deporting the farm workers. So I don't know what you're talking about.
He's going right in the farm fields and grabbing people.
No.
Forest fires in Oregon.
No. He said. Look at this. Calm down, Mister. Hold on a second. Calm down, Mr. Michigan. Excuse me. Calm down, Michigan. You sound like one of these Gen Z soy boys. Calm down. You're all excited. I know Trump 2020. President Trump has said on multiple times he has ordered ICE not to deport farm workers. All right, first dump of the day. Grown man's got to use the word. Oh my goodness. See what I mean? First dump of the day, Mike. I didn't expect that from a grown adult man. I expect it from these soy boys. Okay, so it's 80,000. If you even buy their statistics from these leftists in these liberal states, those are not jobs lost. Those are jobs that are created because the illegals are being run out of work. And the illegals are not just working as farmhands, by the way. They have very skilled jobs at all kinds of levels of things around this country. You know, one of the reasons wages are low is because illegals have infiltrated so many high-skilled jobs that pay good money. Like the truck drivers is one we're talking about a lot. And it's brought wages down because they work for a lot less, okay? So they count an illegal being run out of work because they're illegal as a job lost. That's a job opening that's just been created. I got a nephew who's going to truck driving school because it's a great new field to go into that's really been closed down because of the illegals. All right, let's go. The delay is re-engaged. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Curtis Shores. I'm
Okay.
from Waverly Hall, Georgia.
Okay, Georgia, what's on your mind?
You know, I really just want to maybe speak about is there anything going on in America where people are bombarded with just overload, like, you know.
I don't know what you mean.
Basically,
What kind of overload are people being bombarded with? Winning from Trump?
just
America
no, not
winning?
from Trump, no.
Winning?
Yeah.
Winning? All this Trump winning? You're overwhelmed by it?
No, I like Trump.
Yeah, I know. The
He's
winning.
great for the country.
Yeah, he is. He's great for the world. So, so what are people being bombarded with and overwhelmed with that you're referencing?
You know, I just seen like an algorithm of ever since I have spoke out about being a Trump supporter, it just seems like an attack's been on me and my family.
Where are you? You've been physically attacked and assaulted?
Sir, I've been shot. Yeah.
Because you're a Trump supporter? It's okay, so you called the police. You actually were shot.
Yeah.
Okay, is someone's in jail? I mean, give me a break. Oh, my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Okay, thank you for your call. A lot of unhinged people out there already. A lot of unhinged. You know what's got them unhinged already this morning? This poll. That over 50% of Republicans want Trump to run for re-election. That's got them totally freaked out. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? No, I let you go. I
Yeah,
moved on. It's
Wrigley
one
Hall.
call. It's one call per day. Oh my goodness. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right. Here we go. It's going to be one of those days. Yeah.
Yeah. See,
No, you call again, you're going to get banned. It's one call per day. A simple rule. One call per day. Oh my goodness. Let me ask you something. When you look at everything, this is one thing I've noticed, okay? Trump 2028 freaks out these liberals. It just freaks them out at a level that I just can't even hardly measure, right? You can hear the hysterics on the phone from it. Just the idea of it. Out of everything involving our great President Trump, why is the thought of that freaking them out so much? I really don't know. But I'm going to tell you that today I'm going to do something that I tried to do a few months ago, and I was doing okay for a little while. But today I have failed at it. And what that is, I'm going to try to take all of our breaks on time today. And that's a very difficult thing for me to do. It always has been a difficult thing for me to do, but I'm very much going to try to do that today. But I'm looking, who am I going to tell you about? Oh, yes, I got to get the number though. Hold on. I want to talk about Friendly Tire in Margate. You know, Friendly Tire in Margate, I've been a customer there for, I don't know, about 15 to 20 years now. All the tires in my family and in my extended family are Friendly Tire tires. You'll find the lowest prices on tires anywhere at Friendly Tire in Margate. Friendly Mike's a good guy. He's got all the name brands you know and love. I like Firestone, but whatever you're into, Bridgestone, whatever Pirelli, whatever brand you like, he can get them all. You can get new tires, out the door and on the road for as low as $75 a tire at Friendly Tire in Margate. Because Friendly Mike does not charge you to balance the tire, mount your tire, or even dispose of your old ones, as low as $75. And it's important to let you know that is on common sizes that fit some of the most common vehicles on the road today, okay? I'm not talking about little golf cart tires or Fiat tires. I'm talking about some of the most popular cars on the road, as low as $75 a tire. You can get tires for any type of vehicle. If you have commercial vehicles, give them a call. And we have listeners that take dump trucks over there. It's amazing. If you've got a Tesla, he's got the special tools for Tesla tires, gets great deals on those. If you have run flats, like I have on one of my cars, the lowest prices on the car I have now with run flats, I would not have bought it if I did not know Friendly Mike at Friendly Tire. He has incredible prices on run flats. Give him a call. Mike will give you a quote right over the phone. 954-977-9445. 954-977-9445. That's 954-977-9445 for Friendly Tire in Margate. We'll be right back. Oh, boy. If you're on hold, stand by. Oh, man. If you're on hold, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Okay, now I want to tell you guys that if you are a Medicare recipient, if you're 65 years of age or older or turning 65 soon, call Chapter. They'll give you help with your Medicare for free, completely free. When you call this number, you're going to get a live agent on the phone. No matter where you are, they cover the entire United States. So no matter where you are in America, give them a call. You're going to get a live agent on the phone. It's completely free. They'll review your policy. You know, millions of seniors are not getting all the Medicare benefits they're entitled to. You may be one of them. Chapter will find out for free. The average Chapter client saves over $1,100 a year on their Medicare. They'll review, make sure you're not paying too much too. So give them a call. Also, open enrollment is coming up soon. Open enrollment is a busy time of year. Call, make contact with an agent over at Chapter so that when open enrollment comes around, you've got a relationship with an agent and you go right to the front of the line. The number's in the description of the video. It's on your screen. Here it is, 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033. Give Chapter a call. You'll be glad you did. I promise you. Oh, man. Okay. Where are we? We got about a minute. Less than a minute. One opening on the board, by the way. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show. Open MAGA Mic Friday. Back to the phones we go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. Kurt from Maine. Listen, to all them liberals out there, just take a relax a little bit and just listen to what people are trying to tell you. You've been told wrong for years now, and now the truth is coming out. Yes, Kurt, the world needs it.
That's right.
Plain and simple.
That's right.
So, I mean, we've been told a lie pretty much all our lives. The last president that tried telling us the truth, they unalived him. You know what I mean? So, there's no strings attached. Trump's going to train.
That's
and
true.
It's a chain that's held by steel, not strings.
That's right.
You
All
know?
right. Absolutely, I know. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, hello, Brian. I'm from New Mexico. My name is Dimitri. How are you, sir?
All right, Dimitri in New Mexico. What's on your mind?
Not too much, sir. I moved to this country several years ago, and I've been working as a mechanic for the past several years, and I don't understand why you get so many callers that hate this country. It's very sad to hear. I'm sorry that you have to put up with that, sir.
Yeah, well, they're a bunch of spoiled babies that are living off of mommy and daddy, even though they're grown men, and they don't understand the way of the world.
Yes, I suppose that's true. And my question, sir, is that, pardon me, is that I don't understand why they have a problem with Trump 2028. You said earlier in your show, you said that they are very bothered by that. Why do you think that is?
Democrats don't like the democratic process. It's one of the reasons the media hate Trump and MAGA people. They don't like the fact that I'll put it another way, taken away from politics. If you've ever been dumped by a girl when you were young? Girl ever break up with you? Right, rejection. Yeah, you're married. I'm married too, but you get, a girl dumps you. It's embarrassing. It's upsetting. It's humiliating. The country has rejected these Democrats. Their entire philosophy, everything that they stand for, has been rejected by the country again with Trump's reelection. And it's like a guy that's been dumped, and they have soy boy meltdowns over it.
Well, I'm a big Trump supporter. I always have, and I moved here legally. And
Where are you from originally? Where are you from originally?
I'm from Russia originally.
You know, that must really suck these days because the left have created such a negative stereotype of Russia. Russia is not our enemy, and the Russians are not our enemy. And you know what? They never have been. We have a great long relationship with the Russian people. I thought that doesn't mean that Putin's a good guy, but they've created this hatred towards Russians.
Well, there are many Russians that are interested in moving to the United States and that love your country. Many Russians do, and I don't hate the United States at all. I don't.
You know, I haven't known too many Russians. I haven't known too many Russians, but that have been immigrants here. But the ones I've known, they're all like you. They're mostly blue collar guys that work their tails off, and they love America.
Yeah.
What kind of mechanic are you? What kind of mechanic are you?
No, I've been auto mechanic before. I've worked on cars. I replaced recently catalytic converters and that type of thing.
Yeah.
In New Mexico, and I found a wonderful life for myself.
Well, that's awesome.
It's just a big cultural difference, you know.
Well, you're in New Mexico. That's not New Mexico is not like America. New Mexico is a strange place when you talk about America. They have two official languages, English and Spanish, and yeah, you know.
I'm sorry if my English is bad.
No, your English is better than these soy boys I've been talking to. That idiot from Michigan.
So you would think that. You think from Michigan, you think that Trump 2028, you think is a good idea? Well, I'm asking because
absolutely, it's a great idea.
I know you have term limits, right? So
well, that can be changed, and he can run again. We've only had term limits. We've only had term limits since the 1950s. We didn't have term limits for most of this country's history. They're relatively new. We've only had them since the 50s.
Right. Because the president during World War II,
Roosevelt,
our ally, what is his name? Roosevelt.
FDR, Franklin Roosevelt.
He had many
four terms. He was elected to four terms.
4 terms.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
well, Dimitri, welcome to the program. It's good to hear from you, and call me again sometime.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, take care. You hear the respect from that guy as opposed to that man from Michigan? You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian Mahalo. This is Alan. I used to call you last time from American Samoa.
Oh, hey, yeah, I remember. How you doing? Where are you now?
Yeah.
Hawaii?
No, I'm in Kansas City.
Kansas City,
Missouri.
Oh, my goodness. What a change.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, my daughter lives there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my oldest. But anyways, yeah, I just wanted to just talk about the third term, if you didn't mind.
Absolutely.
He deserves it. He deserves it. As an ex-Democrat, after what they did to put him through the grinder, they stole the election. There's no question about it.
And don't forget they shot him. They shot him. Yes. They've arrested him.
Oh, my God. There's a fifth term, for that matter. I mean, I don't care. I mean, I know I take off a lot of my Democrat friends, but I don't care. I got to tell them the truth, and hopefully they'll face the facts and the truth. Yeah, he deserves a third term, and I hope he does, because they stole it, took it away from him, and yes, they tried to assassinate him. So he deserves not only the third. I'll give him 2 more terms. I don't care.
Yeah.
Where he's going, he's doing a blessing to America. And we are blessed to have him.
So have you moved to Kansas City permanently, or are you just visiting?
Yes. Well, I got a condo here. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Right off a state line road.
I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you do that.
Well,
because
I'm retired.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, okay? Because I live by the beach in Florida, and you came from a beautiful island, American Samoa. I could not be landlocked. I would feel claustrophobic if I lived landlocked with no ocean.
So what? Exactly. Well, my oldest daughter's here with my oldest grandson, and so she's planning on moving back to Fort Myers, because I think I told you, because I got married in '84 in Fort Myers, and that's where my ex-wife is from.
Oh, along the Gulf of America.
Florida.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
That's
so
right.
I'll be going down there to Fort Myers to go see my grandkids too as well.
Fort Myers is an awesome place, and if you may have been to Fort Myers, this place in Fort Myers.
I live there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go to the Thomas Edison house.
Oh, I did. Yeah, off of McGregor Boulevard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison and Henry Ford lived next door to each other in Fort Myers, Florida, and they have a great museum of the Thomas Edison's house, laboratory, and Henry Ford's house. A lot of people don't know about it.
And then in the Edison Mall, right off of Cleveland Avenue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know that area like the back of my hand.
I love it there. All right, I got to run, but I appreciate the call.
Absolutely, my friend. Nice to talk to you. Take care.
All right. Yeah, I haven't been to Fort Myers in a long time, but now we got the Gulf of America, I should probably go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name is Derek, and I'm calling from Comanche, Texas.
Okay.
Hey, I just have one thing to say and stuff like that. I love Donald Trump. And that being said and stuff, there's only one particular thing. He's 82 years old, man. Don't you think he should enjoy his golden years?
I think Donald Trump should be president for as long as he wants to be president.
I understand that, but everybody slips in the golden years.
Have you seen Donald? No, Donald Trump is not a normal person. He's not a mortal. He is, and by the way, he's only 79, not 82. By the way.
Well, we're talking about what he's going to be in 2028.
He's not a mortal man, Donald Trump. He's a superhuman.
I understand that, and I have nothing but respect for him and stuff like that. But 3 years down the road and stuff like that, there could be unforeseen events that could happen.
Well, that's what J.D. Vance is for. You know, that's what vice presidents are for.
And I love J.D. Vance, and I just think that Trump Jr. would be a viable candidate. My personal opinion.
Yeah.
But, let me know what you think.
I would like Don Jr. to become the governor of Florida.
I think so. There's an unknown name out there that's actually would be a great name for mayor or governor of Oregon, and I believe that would be J.D. DeLay.
Oh, okay. I don't know that. All right, listen. I will. I gotta run. I want to tell you guys about the free doorbell camera offer from Sloman. Sloman's is going to give you a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your cell phone with the installation of your Sloman Shield. You will love this, guys. It's absolutely amazing. You know, you get a notification every time there's movement at your door, no matter where you are. And I love it because I don't like answering the door for people. You know, I got salesmen, I got lawn crews that are always asking about trimming trees and all that stuff. And, you know, and you get that notification. It's nice not to have to get up and see who's at the door. And by the way, you get that notification on your cell phone no matter where you are. Also, that's a pretty good deal, just the doorbell camera itself, right? But also, Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. You get an LED touchscreen, a motion detector, 10 contacts, a lifetime warranty, a backup battery, plus a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman Shield. Here's the number, toll-free, 833-283-5050. 833-283-5050. All right, we're going to take our break. If you're on hold, stand by. It is Open MAGA Mic Friday, open phones on Friday. You're welcome to call in about any and everything on your mind on Friday's show. The number toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. 888-465-2631. We'll be right back. If you're on hold, stand by. We'll be back in just a Couple of minutes, guys. Welcome, everyone. Okay, less than 2 minutes, we'll be back, guys. About a minute, we'll be back. Welcome back. I'm Brian Craig. It's the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on this open MAGA mic, open phone Friday. Let's go back to the phones. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Connor from San Diego.
Hey, Connor, what's up?
Hey, I need you to repeat what you said again. Donald Trump is a what?
A great man. A great president.
No. He's not immortal.
He's not a mortal. He is not a mortal man. He's superhuman, like Superman.
Oh, he's not a mortal.
He literally got shot by a never Trumper in Butler and got up and continued talking.
Yeah, you guys, you Republican weirdos shot him.
It's dead air. You called me.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Yeah, no, he is a superhuman. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Okay, you know, I watch his schedule. He's 79 years old. I can't even hardly keep up with him watching him on television and online. I mean, he has more energy than a 40-year-old man.
Not really. He's really old and looks tired, and those sores on his ankles and his arms don't look so good.
Why do you care? You don't like him anyway. Nothing about Trump will. He looks great to me. He's going all day. He's taken our country back from the invading illegals.
Invading illegals. Huh?
Yes, the invading illegals. Yes, from the southern border. This is news to you?
You sound like the Nazis in 1945. It was like 1945.
You know the difference.
Illegal Jews.
No,
right?
no. What happened with the Germans was much. No, it's nothing like that. What they did,
Right.
what they did in Germany was deport German citizens. They declared people no longer German citizens. These are not.
Right, yeah. So kind of like the people seeking their immigration status.
No, because the Germans deported them to concentration camps where they killed them.
Really? Because Mr. Garcia came back real recently, right? And you guys can't prove he was MS-13 like you said constantly.
No. In fact, he's been. It has been proven that he's a human trafficker and he beats his wife.
You haven't proved it in court.
It has been proven.
In court, you're just lying.
Okay, whatever.
This is something
All right, there we go. I tell you. You know, I do my best with these callers, but they just. Yeah, I told you about the. You're on. Yeah, Mike, go ahead. I heard.
Yeah, you know, if you want a little bit honest about this whole thing, we should be talking about Trump fourth term instead of a third term. But we know what happened with that because of the 2020 election. But yeah, I mean, and basically the only thing that's standing in front of that is the 22nd Amendment of the Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so you know it is this whole thing. It is what it is, but I'd love a third term for Trump.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too. I mean, he's got to finish the job. He needs another term to get these things done.
Yeah, and it would give whoever it would be the next person up, it would give them another 4 years of seasoning before they eventually would have to take over.
And maybe he would have a third vice president. Maybe JD would go do something else or stay with him. I don't know. But yeah, Trump 2028 sounds good to me.
Yep. All right.
All right, take care. See, let's see. That was one time, Mike. You know, because I'm so short with Mike, he didn't expect to be on that long, so you know, he kind of ran out of things to say on his own. Oh my goodness. Now, speaking of great things that President Trump has done, did you see this? The Pentagon and the Air Force have reversed the Biden decision. Ashley Babbitt is going to be given a full Air Force military funeral with honors by the Pete Hegseth Pentagon and the Trump administration. This is really an amazing thing. And you know, I understand that maybe the family wants privacy, but I hope that they allow Ashley Babbitt's military funeral to be covered. And I don't expect the television media to air it, although I think they should. It's historic. Ashley Babbitt, if you watch the full footage that was actually taken, I can't remember the guy's name. There was a BLMer who was working for the network, the fake news media. A couple different news outlets were paying him, and he was covered head to toe in MAGA gear. And he filmed all that stuff in that little corridor. And if you've ever seen the full video, what you see is Ashley Babbitt trying to stop what was going on. She's pleading with Capitol Police officers to stop this. And they stood there against the wall and did nothing. And then she was killed. And the Autopen administration of the corrupt Joe Biden denied her a military funeral. And now the Trump administration is going to give it to her. And I know the family, and I understand the privacy. I get it. But I think it would help the nation heal if they aired the Ashley Babbitt military funeral on television, don't you? At least let Right Side live stream it. Right Side Broadcasting. I would watch it. And I think millions of people would. You know, and no matter what your political affiliation is, if you watch the full video in that hallway in the last, I don't know, 60 minutes, or I'm sorry, 60 seconds to 5 minutes of Ashley's life, because I don't have the timestamp. So it was the last 5 minutes of her life, maybe less. She was pleading with 2 Capitol Police officers to stop the people from moving forward where that door was, right before she was shot dead by that incompetent Capitol cop. And it was amazing what she was doing there. And not very many people have seen it. And it's hard to find online because it's been suppressed. Ashley Babbitt, this is in the New York Post. Ashley Babbitt, who was shot and killed by police during the January 6th event has been granted full military honors by the Air Force. On behalf of the Secretary of the Air Force, I write to extend the offer for military funeral honors for Ashley Babbitt. That's amazing. And by the way, I just learned about this yesterday. This came out on August 15th. After reviewing the circumstances of Ashley's death and considering the information that has come forward since then, I am persuaded that the previous determination was incorrect. That's what an honor that is. See, this is how we've got, the country was off track. Now we're back on it. You're on the air.
Yeah, hey, Brian, how you doing? It's Paul from New York.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, I just had a couple questions. It sounded like earlier you were on the phone with a Russian guy or something.
Dmitry from New Mexico. He's an immigrant from Russia who lives, a legal immigrant who lives and works as an auto mechanic in New Mexico. His name's Dmitry. You are correct.
Yeah, but what the hell are you doing talking to the Russians for?
He's a legal immigrant to the United States. What are you implying? Just stop trying to be cute and just say what you're trying to say, if you even know.
Well, I have a question why you would be very friendly with him. I don't know. I'm just curious about it.
Well, why do you think?
I mean, he asked you about Trump 2028, and don't they have a dictator over there?
Well, he's in America. I didn't ask him if but he's not in Russia. He may be a U.S. citizen. I didn't ask him. I didn't think to ask him, Dmitry. I didn't know. But he's a legal immigrant to the United States.
Right, but I don't think your argument to him about another Trump term was very
really
convincing. No, not really, because
why don't you want Trump to have a third term? And what's with this fake voice? Why do you talk like Jimmy Cagney? Yeah.
If you want to call me names, well, I'm from New York, all right?
Come on. I'm not calling you names. You're just doing a fake cartoon voice.
No, you called me a soy boy. You're going to say, oh, you little soy boy and everything.
No, you're not a soy boy. You're not a soy boy. You're a grown man talking like Jimmy Cagney.
Right,
yeah,
so
you see? Yeah.
Now you're imitating me, right? So
no, I'm imitating Jimmy Cagney. So so I'm right. I am imitating the great James Cagney.
You're imitating me like I'm
No, Jimmy Cagney. No, that's Jimmy Cagney. So I was right. You are pretending to sound. You're trying to sound like Jimmy Cagney.
Put on your big boy pants and answer my question. Why do you think that it's appropriate for Trump to run again? How old do you think?
Well, because I'll tell you why. I'm not into ageism. The country is, excuse me. Well, Biden was out of it. Okay, he was mentally out of it. I mean, Bruce Willis is much younger, and he's in some type of special care now. President Trump is in good health, and he's got his mind under control, unlike Biden. But the country is in a crisis that he's correcting. Okay, this country's been under attack from within for decades. He's correcting it, and a third term would give him more time to get the country back on track. You see? You see here?
I believe we should totally get rid of the 22nd Amendment.
I think that you can amend. I think the Constitution has been amended 20.
Right?
No, I didn't say that. I said amend the Constitution, allow him to run again, and let the people decide. I didn't say name him dictator for life. You see? You see here?
Well.
Huh?
All right. I just was curious.
Why don't you like Trump? Why do you not like Trump? Why is a grown man like you not like Trump?
Why don't I like Trump? Well, he's a liar. He lies beyond belief. I mean,
what's the most recent lie? What's the most recent lie he's told, like in the last week?
The most recent lie? Where do we begin?
Begin with the most recent one. The most recent one. Like in the last week.
Well, he lies about job figures, as one of your callers pointed out. He lies about that.
No, he doesn't lie about job figures. The person at the Labor Bureau was monkeying around with the statistics, and they just updated them and corrected them. The job creation was higher than projected. All right, first hour is down. We'll be back right after this. The Jimmy Cagney voice started to disappear. Did you notice? We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. If you're on hold, stand by. All right, hour number 2 has begun. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977. Celebrating 49 years on the radio. My name is Brian Craig, and it is open phones every Friday. You can call in about any and everything on your mind. The show prep is up to you and the audience on Friday's show. I'll sprinkle in the stories I've picked up as the show goes on. But you don't even have to comment on those. We call it Open MAGA Mike Friday. Our number toll-free, 1-888-465-2631. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian. It's Ricochet the Trucker. How you doing, man?
All right.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment as a truck driver about this thing that the guy from Michigan called about with the crops and all of this BS with the farm workers, etc. I go out to these farms and I park my trucks in the fields while these farm workers are loading the trucks. I go to the warehouses and all of that stuff. Part of the reason that there is a little bit of a shortage, and I'll say it's a little bit, is a lot of those illegals have actually left and deported themselves. Okay,
Yeah.
For one. But most of the time, these farms are not, their crops are deliberately not being purchased by the government so that they can create a false sense of a shortage. Because when I go to the food warehouses,
Yeah.
they are packed floor to ceiling with the foods. So there's not a shortage because there's all of that. They're deliberately not distributing the food. Remember back years ago, not too long ago, when we went to all of these stores and they also said they had a coin shortage? I used to haul from the U.S. mints all over
Yeah.
the country to the depositories. There was stacks of coins everywhere. They deliberately withheld them from being distributed so they could scare everybody in the country saying, oh, we have a coin shortage.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of BS, and there's plenty of food out there, and there's plenty of workers. So that's somebody who's in the field, who sees it firsthand, and who does this for a living.
All right, I hear you. Well, good to talk to you, Ricochet. We always get the truth from Ricochet. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, conservative Doug.
Oh, hey, Doug.
You know, I'm glad you're bringing this up. You know,
Well, hold on, Doug. Let me answer. My phones are ringing off the hook here on Open Mag. Okay, go ahead, Doug. You just got what?
Okay, just got my 28 hat yesterday.
Awesome.
So I think this is a great strategy. I think the more people get these hats, start wearing them.
Doug, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. Wear your Trump 2028 hat all around town. These liberals, they hate. It freaks them out. I mean, out of all of my MAGA hats, I'm gonna have to order another Trump 2028 hat because I'm gonna wear this one out because I wear it everywhere all the time, and the liberals hate it. Hate it.
Well, this is what I think is the more people start wearing it, Congress will start saying, you know, the American people really want this, and maybe they'll decide to figure out a way to
absolutely.
Fix it so he can.
Well, yeah, and you're right. Appreciate the call, Doug. And you know, the reason we're talking about this today. There's a new poll out that Bannon dropped yesterday on the War Room. 53% of Republicans support Trump running in 2028. It's a new poll of likely Republican voters. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, it's Miguel from Palm Springs.
Okay.
How you doing today?
Okay.
You're doing okay?
Yeah, all right. Thanks for asking. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, Brian. It's Steve from Boca.
Hey,
I'm
Steve.
glad to call you. I have two points, please. The first one is about President Trump, and the second one is about the school shooting. President Trump, the other day, and I'm curious to hear your reaction. I'm a huge President Trump supporter. You're the only one bigger than I am for President Trump. He said the other day that he's honored. He spoke to Xi from China and says he's honored to have these Chinese students in this country, and he's going to permit 600,000.
That's not true.
Chinese.
That's not true. He didn't say that. That's not true. In fact, the White House released a statement yesterday. No, that is total fake news.
I heard his voice.
No.
Did you hear his voice?
No, it's total fake news. No, I did not. And the White House released a statement.
He said he was honored.
Let me explain to you. Okay, I didn't say that he was honored about the Chinese students. I mean, he's not letting 600,000 students into the country. What they've done, the White House released a statement yesterday. It was reported on Fox News. And I'll pull it up and play it in a little bit, okay? Maybe after the break. I've got it on my X feed. I played it on my podcast yesterday afternoon, so I'm going to pull it up. What they've done is they've extended the visas for the Chinese students already in college. They've extended them for whatever the extension works. And there's 300,000 of them. But they're not letting 600,000 new Chinese or even 300,000 new Chinese into the country. They're existing students that are already students that are having their visas extended. It's a little different than what has been purported and reported.
Well, okay. If that's the case, then I think they should go out of their way to explain what you just said.
Well, they did. I'll pull up the story after I hang up on you. I'll play it, but I'm looking for it now as we're speaking. It was on Fox yesterday, but the problem is the media know how that upsets conservatives, so they're not going to report it. I mean, they're just not. I'm gonna let you go, but I'm gonna turn on the radio. I'm gonna play the report when we after I hang up on you. This is Emily Campagno yesterday on Outnumbered on Fox. Okay, so there's 300,000 in the country already that have visas. They're extending those visas. So they doubled the number in the media. Oh, another year, that's 600,000. The way the story was presented is 600,000 new Chinese students were coming into the country, and Trump was excited to do this. No, these are students who already have visas. They're getting an extension on their visa. It's a little different. Well, it's a lot different, actually. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, good morning. This is Rob from Florida. How you doing this morning?
Okay.
And thinking just about the Washington scenario. I heard as of yesterday, I guess, that, I don't know, if I'm misquoting, I know it's almost down half, all the carjacking.
Over 80%. The crime's down over 80%. Crime is down over 80%.
Yep. The muggings have almost come to stop. And now they made it known that the National Guard also will be wearing their sidearms instead of just going out without it.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear a lot of the libtards, it's silence. You don't hear anybody complaining about it anymore. It's
Yeah.
strange when it's working.
Yeah.
And that was another. Trump gave his word. Trump kept his word.
Mm-hmm.
In regard to the gentleman that kept saying Trump is lying. It's unbelievable. And age, I totally agree with you. This man has been tested with the cognition. I can't pronounce it right now. The skills. Everything is spot on.
Well, you know what? President Trump has had a lifetime without he's never even sipped alcohol ever in his life because of the problems with his brother, right? His brother lived a life of leaving Las Vegas, right, and drank himself to death. And what I have learned with people as they grow older, the ones that have the cognitive problems typically are the drinkers, the druggies, and the smokers. And he's none of those things. And he's just, I mean, he's got more energy than I have. Hey, appreciate the call. Yeah, this was actually on the crime in D.C. This was Carolyn Levitt yesterday at the White House press briefing going over the crime stats in D.C. as of yesterday around time of the press conference. Wow. Yeah, they do. That's amazing. If you're on hold, stand by. I want to talk about Jupiter Joe Thomas and annuities. You know, the way men and women think about things, I think, differently when it comes to finances oftentimes. And I know how I think of it, and I know my guy friends. What people and friends of mine that are retired or about to retire or thinking about retirement, you know, and even, you know, I'll tell you, I was just, you know, my mother's retired. I was at my mom's house the other day talking to her about Governor DeSantis doing away with property tax, you know, and she's very excited about that. And what I find with people that are retired, they think about how much money they have coming in, how much their Social Security is, and if they have pensions and such, what that is, and what their monthly expenses are. That's how they figure it. And you know, you with an annuity with Jupiter Joe Thomas, you have a guaranteed income stream for the rest of your life. It's like a second Social Security check. It's like a pension if you don't have a pension. If you have one, it's like another pension. In fact, a lot of pension plans are done through annuities. And that's a great thing, and you have it every month. And Jupiter Joe had told me, he says, everyone that receives Social Security knows exactly how much they get every month on it. They do. And with that annuity, you get that guaranteed income stream for the rest of your life. It's an amazing thing. And there's another thing that I was told about by Joe Thomas a couple of months ago, and this was amazing. There's one of the annuities. He gave me a list of different annuities. This is in what was referred to as an option 1 annuity. So if you call, it was the option 1 if you want to talk to Joe about this. This annuity includes an income doubler for unexpected health events. Now, most people that are married, if you got an annuity, it's in both spouses' names. So if one of you have one of these health events, that monthly income gets doubled. Okay? And I'm here to tell you, that sickness, that's when your plans all go to you know where, right? You know what your monthly expenses are, you know your monthly income, and then one of you gets sick and you got to get a wheelchair, you got to get some new doorways put in to fit a wheelchair, you got to get a motorized vehicle, you got to get maybe a new shower, a walk-in shower, something done. You know, the expenses start to build up when there's an illness. With this annuity, and there's annuities for so many different scenarios and situations and goals and everything. It's amazing. But this one here, this is an amazing thing. Ask him about the income doubler for unexpected health events. Give Joe Thomas a call. He is offering free consultations no matter where you're located. It can be in the office if you're local or on the phone if you're around America. 561-743-0999. 561-743-0999. That's 561-743-0999. And online, jupiterjoe.com. We'll be right back. Hey, it's Brian. Okay, good. Hold on, be just a couple minutes. Hold on. If you're on hold, stand by. Ian, you there?
Yep.
Yeah, we're not on the radio yet, but everybody can hear you on YouTube. So,
cool.
so yeah, I thought we'd do a little preview before we get back on the radio. But Ian's our travel agent from Cruise and Travel Depot. And the reason he's on is because Monday's Labor Day, and our 10th annual cruise is coming up in March, and there's some Labor Day. Are there some Labor Day specials going on right now?
Yeah, there's some Labor Day sales on reduction of the cruise price and on cruise planner items like our, premium drinks upgrade and internet upgrade.
Oh, cool. So people that are already booked, maybe they can call you and get some discounts on those things. But when new people book, they get a discount on the cruise fare and then on like the internet and drinks. And I always get the top drink package, always. And
oh yeah, so then you can hit the martini bar all day.
And a lot of people say, well, I don't drink. It also covers non-alcoholic drinks. And, like you can get, they have Evian in glass bottles. And I got to tell you, Evian tastes so much better in a glass bottle. And you could drink those all day, all night. You can drink gallons of Evian, and it's included in the drink package. Or it could be Coke or Pepsi or the non-alcoholic stuff too, are covered with it.
I think it even pays for itself in the Cafe Al Baccio in the coffee bar with the triple lattes that you and I are always drinking all day.
Yeah, they have a coffee bar on the ship that is it's like a Starbucks, but it's called Al Baccio, and they have all and that's included with the drink package and everything else. So so if you've not already made a reservation, we're gonna be back in about let me check the time. Hold on, we're gonna be back in about a minute. We got a little over a minute. We'll be on the radio. We'll get into some more detail about where we're going, but this is our 10th cruise. And we have more people that are single than we've ever had before, I think, on one cruise, right, Ian?
Yeah, that's correct. We've got a lot of new people. I mean, people who have been calling me every year for 10 years are finally coming, and they just broke down and came. The price is amazing.
Yeah, the price is amazing. We're going on the Celebrity Beyond. Okay, we got a minute, and we'll be back, and we'll talk about the destinations and the specials, but if you've never joined us on one of our cruises, we have people from all over America coming in and from a lot of blue places. We got a whole group of people from San Francisco and other parts of California, Colorado, all over America, people come on our cruise. And we're doing things that we've never done before on this one, in particular on board the ship on our sea days. So those of you that have been before, you're going to have a much more exciting experience because we're trying a lot of new things out we've never done. I'm very, very excited about. All right, we got 30 seconds, so stand by. All right, we are back. I'm Brian, to Steve Kane Show, and on the line we have Ian from Cruise and Travel Depot, and of course Ian is the travel agent that handles all of our cruises, and our 10th annual MAGA cruise on the Celebrity Beyond is coming up, and it's Labor Day weekend. Monday's Labor Day, and there's some great specials going on for Labor Day. Hey Ian, how you doing?
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, so we're going in March on the Celebrity Beyond. We're going to Antigua, which we've never been to before. We're going to Nassau in the Bahamas. And which Virgin Island? Are we going to the U.S. or British Virgin Islands?
British Virgin Islands.
Yeah, okay, and which is exciting. I love the Virgin Islands. We have a great time. But over Labor Day, there's some Labor Day deals going on that we have you here to tell people about. So what are the Labor Day deals?
So they're doing all kinds of specials depending on cabin type for Labor Day. Those work those combined with our group rates, which I'm running kind of low on actually right now. We originally blocked 50, and I've had to go back to them for more, but we're running low on those. But the deals are incredible.
Yeah, so there's if you're traveling with us, you're paying less than anyone else on board the ship. We have a few of our group rates left. And that's 2019 pricing. And when you call Ian, he'll give you the exact price. The price varies on a lot of factors. When you call, the kind of cabin you get, and everything else. Ian will give you the price right over the phone. Everything's included. And there's also, with the Labor Day, there's a lot of discounts, a lot of specials involving the extras. What are some of those?
So some of the extras involved are the premium drink upgrade, the Starlink internet upgrade, which, I personally take, because then you can upload pictures and, share certain things. It's a really, really solid internet connection.
Yeah, I was live streaming on YouTube on the last cruise. We had the Starlink internet. It is so fast. I couldn't believe. I always get the top of everything, the top drink package, the top internet, the top everything. And the drink package does not include only alcohol. It includes non-alcoholic drinks as well, and the gourmet coffees and everything for the whole week. And it's a great deal. So if you've not yet made your reservation, call Ian, because you're going to get some great deals right now. If you've already made a reservation or you're already booked, call Ian too for some of those perk upgrades, and take advantage of those deals. And of course, we're leaving in March on the Celebrity Beyond for our 10th annual MAGA cruise, Steve Kane and myself. I'm going to give you Ian's number. If you get his voicemail, leave your name and your phone number, and he'll call you back. 561-244-5779. 561-244-5779. All right, Ian, we'll talk soon.
Have a great weekend.
All right, take care, take care. All right, I'm excited for this cruise, our 10th. I can't believe this is our 10th year of doing this. It's amazing to me. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Happy Friday. Chris from Pompano Beach.
Oh, hey, Chris.
I just wanted to mention a couple of things real quick. One, of course, I'll start with Ashley Babbitt. I mean, I like that. I'm glad she's, being respected and recognized, because that was horrible.
Yeah.
She just unfortunately fell into the hands of the Democrats who did not want that procedure to go through that night. And, they instigated, and they had the little hired-on protesters and everybody else to stop that procedure from stopping them from stealing the election. And they're to blame for all of that. And they used her to justify their little
well, we had an unqualified panic cop, and Ashley Babbitt was trying to get things stopped in that hallway, and she was denied the military honors at a funeral, and she's deserving of it.
100%. I mean, she was hands-on. She saw the craziness there, and it wasn't necessary. And of course, if you remember, the Democrats, they were saying everything from "we're never going to concede" and all this. They knew they couldn't win that election.
Well, this is the thing. What happened, what they were trying to do, the Democrats, in the long term, was declare the MAGA movement a domestic hate group and outlaw it. And they used Ashley Babbitt to try to forward that. That's why they kept those people in the gulag so long in D.C. And if Kamala would have been elected, this Trump 2028 hat I'm wearing would probably be illegal.
Yeah, and it's amazing. And speaking of that, because I did want to touch base on that too, President Trump, and of course the energy he has is amazing. You're like the hardest working person I know in this business, and he runs circles around you.
I can't keep up with I can't keep up with just watching him with his daily schedule. I don't know how he does it.
Exactly, it's amazing. And but you know what? My misunderstanding of the whole thing is, as far as presidential elections, I thought you just couldn't do more than 2 consecutive terms. I thought if you did 2 terms and then you sat out 4 years, and then you could, but I guess they just don't want you to serve more than 2 terms, period. But again, it was amended for that, and it can be re-amended. But my interpretation back then in school was that you couldn't do more than 2 consecutive terms. But
no, it's 2 terms, period, and unless we change the law. And when the reason we're talking about this, there's a new poll out that Steve Bannon dropped yesterday. 53% of likely Republican voters want Trump as the nominee and to run in 2028. So we've got a mandate for Trump 2028 to be a reality. We just need the Congress to act, and I can see that. All right, Chris, appreciate the call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, my name is Alan. I'm from Springfield, Illinois.
Yep.
Brian,
here we go.
On the Ashley Babbitt incident, I agree with you and your callers that they have used that and January 6th in general to smear MAGA people. when most of the MAGA people, 99% of the MAGA people didn't even hang around the Capitol while most of that stuff was going on. They were at Trump's speech a mile away. But I'd like to address the Ashley Babbitt incident specifically.
Yeah.
There's a guy who makes documentary videos. The name is Wooz, W-O-O-Z News. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
He's made 2 documentaries on J6. One of them is in general, the lead up to what happened, all the stuff. And the other one, the first one was on the Ashley Babbitt incident specifically. He got 6 cameras from that incident. One of them was the John Sullivan guy who was there.
Yeah, that's John Sullivan. That's the name. That's the Black Lives Matter guy in MAGA gear that was working for the fake news media, and he took a lot of the footage. Yep.
Okay, Brian. This guy has 6 cameras of different people who were there to get different angles. I implore you to please look that video up. You can find it on
I've seen all those videos. I've seen all those
No,
videos.
I want you to watch this one in specific.
Okay.
In specific.
All right. I'll look it up. What I remember. Hold on a second. Come on, guy. What I remember about those videos is not only was Ashley Babbitt trying to get the Capitol Police to stop people from advancing down that hallway, she was pleading with them to do it, and they basically laughed at her. Those Capitol cops. It's really, and there was just moments before she was murdered. It's really a sad thing. Listen, I got to run. I'll look that up. You're listening to the Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show. If you're on hold, hang in there. It is open phones on Friday, open MAGA Mic Friday. Our number, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. It's the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. Back after this. We'll be back in about a minute. If you're on hold, stand by. Oh, man, very exciting. I'm not sure what I'm doing on Monday. I told them at the radio station, I know I may live stream on YouTube and not do the radio show on Monday. But I'll be on the I'll be here on YouTube one way or another on Monday morning. You know, I'm not going to sleep in. So, but I don't know if I'll do the live radio show or just do the YouTube. Because if I just do YouTube, I don't have to come on and stay as late or come on. You know what I mean? I get a little bit of a. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. It'll depend on the news and how I'm feeling over the weekend, I guess. If I'm here on Monday Live, will you guys be here? Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian Craig. This is where MAGA comes to talk. You're listening to The Steve Kane Show, Florida's longest running radio show on this Open MAGA Mic Friday. I'll take another couple calls before I bring up some new stuff. Remember, on Friday's show, it's the one day a week where you guys can call in about any and everything on your mind, not just what I bring up. And I will say, I started the show today by saying I'm going to take all the breaks on time. I've been pretty close to that. So all week long, I haven't taken a single break on time. It messes up everything. And I've been on time today. And the reason I run late usually is I'm talking to a caller and I go way past the break time. And so when I'm up against a break, if I'm short with you, I got to be on time on the breaks. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian, Ray of Sunrise.
Oh, hey, Ray. How you been?
How you doing?
All right.
As you know, Brian, wait, let me get this radio turned on. As you know, I'm 91 years old.
Yes.
Donald Trump is in better shape than me.
Well, he's a lot younger.
I'm in great shape. Brian, 91. I play golf twice a week. I lead the group. As a matter of fact, I organize everything, all this other kinds of. I lead Bible study. I do all the preparation for that.
Yeah.
We at the church once a week. I do daily crossword puzzles. I do the jumbles. I watch Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. On Wheel of Fortune, I would say 80 to 90% of the time I get the answers before the contestants.
Wow.
80 to 90%.
That's like a cognitive test right there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Ray, I'll tell you, this is the thing, okay? The older someone is, and if they've got their wits about them, unlike Biden, the wiser they are. I mean, you don't realize that when you're a young person, but when you grow older, with age comes wisdom, and it's not the number, it's what condition you're in physically and mentally.
Absolutely. And like Trump, I don't smoke, I don't take drugs. He doesn't drink at all, but I have a glass of wine at night, I have a beer after golf, stuff like that. But, you have to keep yourself in good shape. You have to be physically active. You have to be mentally active. And if you do those things, you can live forever.
You have more experience because of your age at this than I do. But if you look at your friends from your life, the ones that are still alive or lived into their 80s are the ones that didn't have the vices, smoking, drugs, and didn't abuse alcohol, right? I mean, the smokers die mostly in their 60s, from my experience.
Yeah. Absolutely. But you see, this thing about age, people are living to be older, and they are paying attention. Those that pay attention, and don't take. It's not only drugs. It's all the doctors, the pill pushers, giving you all these chemicals and crazy things that they give you. Brian, I take nothing. I take nothing except what is all natural. Thank God. Well, I have to thank God, of course, because I'm physically, I don't have a heart problem. I don't have obesity. I don't have any of these other kind of things, So I drive. I live alone. I have a 3-bedroom condo. I maintain it myself. I take care of everything, and that's you have to take care of yourself. That's point number one. But I'm not just touting myself or Donald Trump. A lot of people are living it over 100 or more, and they have their senses. You see them on TV all the time.
I saw Bill Maher interviewed Barbara Eden a couple days ago from I Dream of Jeannie, and she's in her 90s. And you would, by the way, she still looks good, okay? But people think everyone who's a senior is like Joe Biden. She's like you. You know,
you have to keep yourself in practice. Now, I used to be able to speak a couple of languages and so on, and I've studied, you know, I was a teacher and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, I practice the Lord's Prayer in Latin, in Spanish,
wow.
in German, in Dutch. I can count in all those languages. English, Latin, German, Dutch, Spanish, even Italian.
Yeah.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis, siete, ocho, nueve, diez, you know, uno, dos, tres.
Oh my.
I can do all this, but you practice it, and you have to keep your mind alert.
Yeah. Well, you can tell with you know, I was talking about this to a caller earlier. President Trump is not a mortal man, and what I mean by that is, it's not just the schedule that he keeps up with, because I watch him and I'm tired just watching him. But you know, I've known a lot of millionaires in my life. I know millionaires now. I don't personally know any billionaires. To go from being a millionaire to a billionaire is, unless you've got the way Trump did it, he didn't get lucky and start some tech thing. It was like hard blue collar like work. He's not a normal person. He's above average in every area.
He has something that you have also, a memory.
Yeah.
The way you see him at those cabinet meetings.
Oh yeah.
Every press. I mean, the press conferences go on for hours and hours. He has no notes, and he has these not only just general facts. He has statistics right on the top of his head. He can go off on anything, any country, any leader.
You know, I was watching the cabinet meeting the other day, which went on for about 3 hours, and on President Trump's right was Marco Rubio, and on his left was Hegseth. They were falling asleep, especially Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio, I thought he went to sleep for a minute. You saw that? Did it look like he fell asleep? And Marco Rubio's my age. We're the same age, and he can't keep up with the president.
Nobody can keep up with him. Nobody. The man is, as you say, he's like immortal and incorruptible, as St. Paul said, that we're going to be in heaven someday. I mean, and you know, another thing that is going to sustain him and keep him going with the shot that he took in Butler, and that is his religious faith.
Yep.
He never used to wear it on his sleeve, and he seldom used to say much about it. But now he continually references the Lord and thanks God and references prayer. I mean, this is like unbelievable. And I like what you said yesterday about the atheists, you know.
Oh, yeah.
We have evil people in this country running the country, and we have, not now, I'm talking about, you know, the Democrats and these libs and the sick people, you know, they are evil. You have to understand, it's not political differences. It's not constitutional versus, you know, some loose interpretation, things like this. The problem is these people are evil.
Yep.
And they are atheists.
Yep.
Those two things go together.
Mm-hmm.
They do not believe in God. They do not believe in prayer. You heard what the governor said yesterday.
But you know, Ray, but there's been a change here. The left have always been that way, but they've pretended to be the opposite. And now they're like out of the closet with their atheism, which is new.
Yes.
That's new.
But it's the cornered rats. Remember, the Democrat Party, what does it end with? Democrat.
That's correct.
R-A-T.
That's right. That's right. Democrats.
And remember when I call Republicans who are not really Republicans, I don't call them rhinos, I call them rats.
Yep.
Republican anti-Trumpsters.
Yes.
And that well,
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, Ray, it's good to hear from you. It's good to hear from you. Take care, Ray.
Absolutely.
You know, Ray goes on all our cruises, and Ray, you know, when you go on our cruises, a lot of you have my cell phone number. Ray will text me. He'll correct my grammar and things sometimes, or pronunciations, which is fine. I don't mind. You know, he's a retired New York City school teacher. He's very conservative, and we always have a good time hanging out on the cruises with our group. But you know, at his age, he goes on all of our shore excursions, no matter how intense they are. I remember one time we were walking through the jungles of Mexico, going to those pyramids, and I looked behind me. I was shocked that Ray was behind me as we're going through the jungles. Everything he said, I agree with, and that's why the country needs another term of Trump. You know, we were going in such a bad way that people who are younger don't understand because they don't know another way. You know, but we were about to lose not just our country, but Western civilization was about to be wiped off the face of the earth, and it's been saved because of our great president. I want to talk about Coastal Weight Loss Secret. I've been talking a lot this week about how with Coastal Weight Loss Secret, which I must highlight, I did not starve myself, never went hungry, and I ate foods I would normally eat. I didn't eat strange foods or anything, foods I would normally eat. I did no exercise, no shots or injections or medications or pills or anything. It's all natural, Coastal Weight Loss Secret, and I lost all this weight, and I feel great, and I look great too. And what I was talking about this week, and this just really blew my mind, is I wanted to lose the weight in my face, okay? Because I gained weight and I saw it in my face. We did our appearance on Inauguration Day at Wings Plus, and I took a lot of pictures with all of you. And I would ask that you could please delete those off your phones and come do another appearance. Go on the cruise, take new pictures with me. And I saw how I looked on Inauguration Day at Wings Plus, and I was embarrassed. That right before I went to Wings Plus, I met with them for the first time at Coastal Weight Loss Secret and talked with Dr. Zuckerman. And I went from Coastal Weight Loss Secret and Dr. Zuckerman to Wings Plus. And I saw those pictures you guys were posting to social media, and I was embarrassed. And I want to take new pictures with all of you, okay? But I lost the weight in all the places I wanted to. My face and neck, my stomach is flat, and I've lost many inches off my waist. Those were the places I wanted to lose it, and I did, and it's great. And now I'm in the maintaining phase. I have not gained back a single ounce because there weren't no medications and no lifestyle changes, you know. And so maintaining the weight I lost has been a breeze. Give them a call, 561-247-6300, 561-247-6300, 561-247-6300, and online, coastalweightlossecret.com. Call us on hold, stand by. Back after this. We got 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. All right, welcome back, everyone. My name is Brian Craig. This is the Steve Kane Show. Let's take another couple of calls here. It is Open MAGA Mic Friday, open phones on Friday. Show prep is up to you and the audience. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Brian. Barbara in Baltimore.
Hey, Barbara.
And what a good show. I want to say hello to Ray. I am the product of public school education in New York, PS 113 in Queens, and junior high school 59, Washington Irving High School. And it was just great listening to him because my great-grandmother lived to be 106 years old. And it's strange. I would have never believed that she was really that old until I saw it in Ancestry. I was looking at my grandfather, and I found it with him. I found her.
Yeah.
And she was born in 1849. But in any event, President Trump, I don't think he's going to run. I think of course, I would love to see him do that. But I look at the way he has chosen his cabinet and the warriors that he surrounded himself with. It's like he has chosen, and I noticed what he said in the press conference the other day, cabinet meeting, to Marco, you should never run for, he said, you were made for this job. And he really is. I mean,
yeah.
Marco Rubio does have 4 jobs.
Oh, yeah.
And I think he has a warrior team that will survive him. I think that's why he works the way he does. His approach to life now, after being shot in Butler, and I'm telling you, it's my every day counts and make the most of every day.
Yeah.
But he has such a big job to do.
And you know one thing I noticed in the second term, he's much more at peace.
Oh yeah.
Mentally.
Absolutely. Because he recognizes God's hand in his life. That's why. He can be at peace. Because his steps are ordered and he knows that.
Well, you know, while I've not been
forward.
You know, listen, when you have I'm not going to go through what happened to me, but because I'm not. But when you have a near-death experience, I had one once. I was pretty close. It was a bad situation. When you get very close to death and you survive it, you kind of lose your fear of it, and you have things happen, which I'm not going to get into right now because I don't want to.
You accepted it.
You know that the afterlife is real, and Trump knows because there was divine intervention in that moment that saved him and our country, and he's just different since then. Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he's going to run again, though. I think he has a permanent place in the Democrats' mind, and I'm glad that this has come out about it. But hey,
did you, by the way, Barbara,
did
you see your governor, the governor of Maryland, that Democrat jerk Wes Moore, got his clock cleaned by Will on
pick a fight with Trump.
No. I'm gonna after. I'm glad you called because it reminded me to play this. I wanted to play it earlier and forgot. But after your call, your governor, this Democrat dope, Wes Moore, was on Fox yesterday with Will Kane, and Will Kane just cleaned his clock, and I'm going to share it with the audience. I had not seen this before about the Bronze Star. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Wes Moore. This guy is he's done. he was doing this stolen valor that he had gotten a Bronze Star and he didn't. And the Democrats thought Wes Moore was going to be like their next Obama or something. So what they did a couple years back, even though he's been out of the service for like over a decade, and they gave him a Bronze Star in civilian life, which I've never seen happen to a living person like that, so that he wouldn't be lying anymore.
Oh my!
Yeah.
Is that what they did?
That's exactly what they did. Yeah, what happened was, I'm going to play the exchange with Will Kane, but I think it was Millie. Yeah, but let me pull this up because this was crazy. So he had been going around saying he had the Bronze Star, which he did not. Listen to this. This is from last year, Associated Press. Maryland Governor Wes Moore received a Bronze Star for his deployment in Afghanistan 18 years ago, after a controversy arose when a newspaper reported that he had said he had received it in 2006. So he said he had gotten this Bronze Star 18 years in the past. He didn't, and the Democrats, so that he wouldn't be damaged politically, gave it to him 18 years later, like a decade after he left the service. I've never seen that before. And Will Kane called him out on it on Fox, and I'm going to play it when we're done talking. And what a jerk! Yeah, Democrats are real lowlives, Barbara.
And
They really are.
We have some Republican candidates who are running, some of the retreads, people that don't have charisma, and they, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We need someone who's going to come through here like a bull in a china closet in Maryland. That's why I'm so praying for President Trump to come to Baltimore and clean up Baltimore, help us.
Yeah.
A lot of the criminals that they're running from D.C.
Yep.
are coming into Maryland.
Well, Barbara, I'm going to run something because I'm running out of time and I want to play this before the break.
Have a great weekend,
all right.
Ryan. And
Okay.
I will listen on Monday if you're here Monday.
Okay, good. So I love Will Kane. He's very good. They put him on in that Cavuto slot. And he had this Democrat idiot on, Governor Wes Moore, and he confronted him about his stolen valor. And, well, let me just play it. This is Fox News, Will Kane with this Democrat idiot, Wes Moore. This is great. This is great. Listen to this. Listen to Will Kane come back. Yeah. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Yep. This is crazy. Yep. This was great. shameless jerk, isn't he? Psychotic. Yeah, and you're not. I mean, it's crazy. See, they were grooming him to be president, a presidential candidate. You understand that? So 2 years ago, they gave him the Bronze Star so he wouldn't be doing a stolen valor thing from 20 years ago. I mean, come on. Have you ever seen I've never seen them do that for a stolen valor person. That is stolen valor, and it's pretty bad stolen valor. And this guy he's Wes Moore psychotic. I mean, he can't even, he's not even embarrassed. A normal person would never put themselves in a situation to have to explain that again, and it doesn't even faze him. In his world, it's okay. You know, all this talk of white privilege, you know, it's really, there's black and brown privilege in this country. This is an example of it with Wes Moore. All right, 2 hours down, 1 to go. If you're on hold, stand by. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show, on the radio since 1977, celebrating 49 years on the radio. Steve will be joining us after the top. It is Open MAGA Mic Friday, open phones. Anything and everything on your mind is fair game on Friday's show. Our number is toll-free, 1-888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. We'll come back with your calls. There's more to talk about. Steve will be joining us. My name is Brian Craig. This is Florida's longest running radio show on the radio since 1977. We'll be right back. What a shameless jerk. I've never seen anyone that bad. That's the worst. That is the worst I've ever seen with one of these people. Okay. Hey, what's up? Okay, I'm going to... Yeah. Yeah. No, you're on speaker. And they're still on speaker. Okay, I'll call back in a minute, but I'm running out of time. I'll call back. My goodness. Running out of time. Yep. All right. Welcome back, everyone. I'm Brian. You're listening to Florida's longest running radio show, The Steve Kane Show. Steve Kane joining us. Hey, Steve.
Hardly hear.
Oh, my goodness, Steve. This is not a good day. We're having trouble here. All right. You back with us, Steve?
Yes, I can hear when you said. Now I hear you.
Okay, good. We are back. Hour number 3 has begun, and just lots of great things going on. If you're on hold, stand by. There's a new poll out. I opened the show up with this, but I want to recap it. This is an amazing. You're going to like this, Steve. Did you see the new poll?
Yes.
Okay, here it is. Steve Bannon dropped this poll yesterday. 53% of likely Republican voters, and likely voters, that is that's a scientifically accurate sample. 53% of likely Republican voters want Trump to be the nominee and to run and win in 2028. So,
wow.
53%.
Where did you hear that first?
Well, the poll is new, but yeah, we've been talking about it for a while.
I mean, the idea that he was going to run for another term.
Yeah, from you.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I know. And now they've done a poll. We're not alone, Steve. We are in the majority of Republicans who want Trump to have a third term and support it. So we've got a mandate. That's some great news. I'm excited. You know, and
I've been excited since I predicted it.
Yeah. All right, well, let me take a call or two, and there's a lot of things going on. It is Open MAGA Mike Friday. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hi, Brian. This is Steve from Chicago.
Yes, Steve.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah. Hi. How you been, Steve?
Good.
Listen, I'm really upset that that another transgender or he, she, or whatever, committed these murders and everything in Minneapolis there, and it's like, don't people realize this? Man, this is so against God. Man, the culture is I'm just so upset about the culture just buying this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, now's not the time to be upset. Now's the time to feel good. We're winning the culture war.
Yeah.
Well,
if we can't feel good now, we'll never feel good.
Well, I know politically we're feeling good. That's true, but I'm just saying the people, man, people of the world. I mean, I just get so upset.
Well, sure.
People of the world.
Sure.
The world is. We're truly going into perilous times.
No, we're coming out of the perilous times. Don't you understand? We're coming out of them. Hey, listen, I appreciate
especially with Trump running things.
Did you see, Steve?
If you have faith in Trump, you should be feeling good now, not bad.
Exactly. Have you seen the stories? The mother of the shooter has lawyered up, and she's not cooperating with the police.
Huh.
Isn't that a strange thing? I don't know. Listen to this. This is in the Daily Mail. There's a big article in the New York Post about it too. Mother of Minneapolis shooter obtains lawyer, and she's not speaking to the police. She's, I mean, my goodness, I've never seen a parent do that. A lot of times, like this will sound crazy, but the first time I noticed this, and then I found out this is more normal than you realize. We had, as a guest, I don't remember why we had them on, but we had a family, it probably had something to do with 9/11, but we had a family member on of someone who lost their family in the Oklahoma City bombing. And they had lost a child and whoever the parent, I can't remember if it was a grandparent or a spouse, but they had, and we had them on the phone, and they were talking. It had to be after 9/11. We were talking about this, and they had a support group of people who had lost family in the Oklahoma City attack, and I was shocked that Tim McVeigh's dad was a part of the group. And it would seem very strange to me. It still does when you say it out loud. But, and I remember when it was a woman, and she dropped that, and then I was like, what? And she explained. And she said, when these tragedies happen, a lot of times the parents, they're grieving too, and they have a different type of grief, not just for the loss of their loved one, but they feel a responsibility to what happened.
Guilt.
Guilt.
They feel the survivors' guilt.
The parent, yeah.
Doubled up.
The parents who may have had nothing to do with it, no knowledge, no nothing, they found out about it in the news like everybody else. They get survivor's guilt. Yeah, and a lot of it is like, well, how did we not know this kind of thing? All that stuff. And that was Tim McVeigh's father, and that was like, what? I still, it's kind of weird. But then I
think that woman. I think that the mother of the shooter, I think, has good reason to be afraid. She could well have liability. She was deeply involved in, not in the shooting, but in from a negligence viewpoint.
Well, yeah, she's lawyered up.
On everything.
Well, I in my free time, I like to watch true crime stuff. When I'm not following the news, like ID.
It's your hobby, yeah.
Yeah, I love true crime. I've always been into true crime. I read the local news because I like to read the local crime that's going on and stuff. I've always been interested in true crime. And I've watched...
Oh, yeah, that in the Post.
Yeah, and I have watched so many true crime documentaries and interrogation with my wife. I tell my wife, I said, if anything ever happens to me, lawyer up and don't talk to the cops. Because even when if something happens to me and she's around, so, because... it seems like they immediately go to the spouse and they try to jam you up, and it does make you look more guilty when you lawyer up. But I don't know. I think what you're on to something with this. The fact that the mother's not talking and is lawyered up, that's probably the smart thing to do, right? What she's doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she was in on the whole sex change thing. She was a party to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even...
She could well have had knowledge. It could come out. No question yet.
Yeah.
But that's why she's got a lawyer.
Well, you've got a lot of kids that... so I only have one. So you've had every scenario of parenting. You've gone through a lot. Nothing like this. But it seems to me, like when you see what happens with the parents, a lot of times these kids have mental issues. And then you find out the kids were allowed to have weapons by the parents, everything. And I think a lot of times when kids are going through problems in life, even if it's like severe mental health problems, parents are oftentimes trying to coddle their kids. They're trying to, and oh, well, their hobby is going to the range, so let me help them with that.
It's not unusual.
Yeah, so I don't know, we don't know a lot about this, but in most situations, before you're a parent, you don't understand anything about the world. You got to be a parent to understand the way of the world, But I've seen with friends and people I've known over the years, good people that have a great life and do everything right and are good moral people and they have a great job, a career, a business, whatever it is. And they'll have a kid who's a nutcase, who's always doing terrible things, and they're always bailing them out and covering for them. And I think that's typical with most parents, isn't it?
Well, you know the mother's story, don't you? I mean, you know that she was in on the name change and everything.
Yeah, and got the sex change when he was 17?
Yeah. She was part of it. When he went to change his name, she went with him, and she signed for him. She approved of it legally.
But this is completely different, and I'm not going to mention names or anything. But you used to tell a story on the air. I don't know if you want to tell the story now, but I'll reference it, and you can let me know. And you've had so many kids, it could be anybody off the street, right? I mean...
That's true.
It's Florida. But you had one child when they were in high school, got into some trouble about.
Oh yes.
And
yes.
was it a knife?
I believe it was a knife.
And
yes.
your response is typical of a parent, but when you're out on the outside, it's ridiculous. You want to tell what the story? You want me to tell it?
Well, it'll sound better if I tell the story than if I leave it to people's imagination.
Yeah.
No, I had a child that was called to the principal's office, and
this was like high school, middle school.
High school.
Yeah.
High school. And she was the apple of her daddy's eye, and of course she could do no wrong. And the principal got me in his office, and he was telling me that she had pulled a knife on somebody.
Pulled a knife on someone, yeah.
She wouldn't. You got to be kidding me! She would never do anything like that.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And I was outraged and insulted and all that stuff. And so I collected her home, and I took her home for the day. You know, they let her. I think they suspended.
They couldn't find the knife. There was no evidence.
Find the knife. There was no. I said, "Where's the knife?" If she had a knife, I want to see the knife.
Yeah.
They couldn't find the knife, but they kept telling me she had it, and that there were witnesses.
So fast forward 25 or 30 years.
On the way, no, it wasn't 25 years. It was
Really?
later in the day.
Was it?
I took her home because they didn't want her to complete the day in school, and she told me, Dad, she said, you know, I did have a knife, and she threw it in the flower pot.
She tossed it.
Yeah, she tossed it on the way to the principal's office.
Yeah.
So,
but you didn't call the principal back, and you didn't rat.
To be a wonderful, wonderful daughter.
But you didn't call the principal back and rat her out.
No,
of course not. So
that
and
made me an accessory.
Yeah, and I bring that up because it's been like 30 years, maybe more. So any statute of limitations is long expired, and she was a minor and all. But
she didn't stab anybody.
Yeah, but having a knife, but she had a knife. I don't know what kind of knife it was. Was it a butter knife, Rambo knife? I don't know. But your reaction was normal every step of the way. You defend your kid, and then when you find out they did wrong, you cover up for them.
Right.
I mean, come on. There was a movie with Liam Neeson and Meryl Streep where their kid killed somebody and they covered it up. That is... I'm not defending anybody. I'm just telling you it is the natural instinct of a parent, right or wrong, to cover for their kids, to coddle their children. When people have children that have legal problems or psychological problems,
right,
they do stupid things.
If they end up killing somebody, you have a legal liability.
That's right. Yeah. That's exactly right.
I never had that experience.
That's exactly. Now, this kid's an adult. However, the mother did things when he was a minor that may have led to this, okay? And that's where the liability comes in. And what I haven't gotten clear on is, did this monster still live with the parents? Or was he on his own? I mean, I saw some of that video. I don't see how this person could function in a job and pay for an apartment.
A lot of facts haven't come out about that.
Yeah, so if with the type of weapons this kid had, these are not like a knife you could hide under the mattress. These are huge weapons, and if they lived at home with the parents, they had to know about these things, the weapons. There's no way they could not have known. They were too big. But regardless of that. Because a lot of times I know people say, well, how could the parents do this? I think it's more normal than you realize. I mean, I've had friends with kids of all different ages, adults that are just screw-ups, right? That are crashing their cars or doing this or doing that. And the parents bail them out every time, and if they can, cover it up or pay somebody off to let it go. I've seen that, and it's I'm not saying it's right, but it's normal. And I don't know what that is, Steve. Is it like we all want our kids to love us and approve of us and not be mad? I don't know, but it's.
We tend to make excuses for our kids, and no question of that.
Yeah. Now, of course, we haven't had anything although your example's pretty extreme. But she pulled a knife on someone. No, but she pulled a knife on someone at school. I mean, if that was today, oh my goodness, it'd be all points bulletin. All right, listen, if you're on hold, stand by. I got to talk about My Pillow, Steve. The free shipping offer is still in effect with our promo code Kane. Okay, guys.
I'm glad they brought that back.
Oh yeah. But there's a lot of great deals. We were talking about the slippers yesterday, but I wanted to talk about the sheets, and I'll tell you the percale sheets, right? They're just $29.88, any size with our promo code Kane, Kane at checkout. Any size, any color. So you could have a twin or a single or a split king and California king or any size in between. Any size, any color, $29.88. You're saving up to $90. I don't know what it is about Mike Lindell and his sheets. I mean, I know how to do a talk show and handle callers. He knows how to make a night's sleep perfect. The percale sheets, Steve, they keep you the perfect temperature all night long. You have these hot summer months. It's like you got air conditioning in your bed. In the wintertime, it's like you got heat in your bed. I don't understand it or how it works. I just know that you sleep like Goldilocks with these sheets. $29.90.
And the pillows are the best. I mean, I've got like an inventory for enough inventory to buy a store.
Yeah.
They're very, very comfortable.
I was talking to Mike Lindell.
Pillow is most important.
I was talking to Mike Lindell, and I said, I live in a My Pillow household. He's like, what do you mean? And I went through all the stuff I had, and Mike said, you have more My Pillow products at home than I do. I got everything. And it's also, you got the free shipping offer with our promo code Kane at checkout, Kane at mypillow.com. You can also order by phone, 1-800-716-4879. 1-800-716-4879. Callers on hold, stand by. We'll be right back. Hey, Barry, it's Brian. Hold on. All right, Steve, we got 2 minutes.
Okie dokie. Okay, I'm going to conference Barry in. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Hey, Barry, we have 30 seconds.
Thank you.
All right, we are back. I'm Brian. Steve Kane is here. We have your lawyer on the line, Steve, Attorney Barry Siegel from the Siegel Law Group. Hey,
Barry, how are you?
Steve, I'm doing great. How are you?
On this fine day, I'm doing wonderful.
You know, Barry, I just went to your website during the breaks. You know, your Siegel Law Group website, and it says right at the top of your website, right over your photograph, is your estate plan ready for life's unexpected turns? We can help protect your loved ones from court battles and financial uncertainty. But then I was looking at your reviews. I mean, how many 5-star reviews do you have online from clients? It's endless.
Well, yeah, we're somewhere in like around 430 something reviews, and
That's amazing.
wow.
For an attorney.
99.9% of them are 5-star reviews.
For an attorney, right? People hate lawyers.
Yeah.
But they love you, Barry Siegel. So what do you have for us this morning, Barry?
Well, this morning I was going to talk about one of the questions we get often is, people need to make decisions when they set up their estate plan, whether it's a trust plan or a will-based plan. They either need to choose their successor trustees for their trust or their personal representatives for their will. And sometimes that's an easy decision. You know, maybe you have adult children that are, trustworthy. They can make good decisions. You trust their judgment, and it's an easy decision. You name your spouse first, and then your children. But other people aren't as lucky. Maybe they don't have children, or their children either aren't old enough, or they're just not responsible enough. So they have to look at other options, whether it be a business partner, or a friend, or other family members, or even professionals such as trust companies, attorneys, and so on.
Oh, I didn't even know that was an option.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and then the other thing that people need to look at is that sometimes you may want to name more than one person, not one person, but maybe add a second person, so you have two sets of eyes as well. So, and then once you make that decision, then you have to decide: do you want to make it where one signature is required, or both signatures are required? So all of those things are considerations when choosing your successor trustees, and those are some of the conversations that we end up having in the consultations, or even in our free 3-year reviews with our clients. Sometimes things change, and they need to review those choices that they made years ago and potentially update them, or of course keep them the same.
Yeah, it's like I'm the trustee for your trust, Steve. And I'm the trustee on several people's trust, and I a lot of times it's because the kids in the family are not in Steve's case, but the kids in the family are adults and do well, but they're screw ups or can't manage money well. That's a big one. Don't manage money well, Listen, give the Siegel Law Group a call. Take advantage of the no charge in office consultation. The number's toll free 855-FLA-3782. 855-FLA-3782, and online, SiegelLawGroup.com. All right, Barry, we'll talk to you after Labor Day.
All right. You guys have a great holiday weekend.
All right, take care.
To you soon.
We will.
Bye-bye.
Yes, Steve, so I'm the trustee of your trust, right? Unless you changed it. Did you change it?
No.
Yeah, and there was one of your kids, had a freak out about it, and it was the kid with the knife incident, but coincidentally, just... Not that there's a connection. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Ed from Coconut Creek.
Hey, Coconut Creek.
What I like to talk about is the Fifth Amendment, and I don't know how these guys are getting away with it. It should be against the law for any federal employee, or any local or municipality or state. It should be against the law for them to take the Fifth.
Well, that's the Constitution.
Well, something's got to happen, because these people are walking away, with nothing, no jail time or anything.
Well, there's been no arrest yet, is what you mean. Yeah.
Do they arrest after they took the Fifth?
There's sure, yeah. There's a lot of like last week we had the raid on John Bolton's house and office,
yes.
And some information. Just because he's not been arrested yet doesn't mean he's not going to be, and just because there's been no arrest does not mean that Pam Bondi doesn't have some sealed indictments and she just hasn't dropped them yet while investigations go on. John Bolton, it came out a couple days ago through transmitting classified documents on a private server that were intercepted by foreign countries. He's facing some heavy duty stuff. And just because there haven't been arrests yet, I would not assume he's not going to get arrested.
Well, I was talking mainly on the chief of staff.
Oh, you mean the Biden's chief of staff? Biden's chief of staff?
Yeah.
Klain?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was running the country with the auto pen, with the committee over there. Absolutely.
Put him in jail. My next thing is all shooters should have a mandatory death penalty. Mandatory, like this Parkland kid. I was hoping he would get it, but now he's just sitting in jail. I mean, he's
when he was in jail awaiting trial. Do you know the Democrats went in there and got him to vote in the jail in Broward County? Isn't that these Democrats, man? They are. I am not kidding. I'm not. Oh, hold on, I lost everybody. There we go. I'm not kidding. I didn't make that up. They went in, and I wonder if he voted Republican or Democrat. I don't know. He's insane. Who knows? I don't know about the death. I'm against the death penalty. I'm pro-life, but oh boy. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning, Steve and Brian. It's JJ from Mass.
Hey, JJ.
Hey, JJ. Hey, good morning. I hope you can hear me okay. I was just going to say, Brian, great show. I mean, the beginning, I don't know if it just seems like the morons seem to come out in force in the beginning of the show, and then it gets better from there. But even then, it's pretty good. But
just pretty good. You mean pretty good? Just pretty good? Come on.
Well, how about great? Pretty great.
Okay, there you go. Pretty great. But listen, Ashley Babbitt to me is somebody who, to me, it's my opinion, but she died. To me, she died in battle against this, sort of an ambush, this Democrat deep state coup. It was kind of a, deep state actors. They staged this like color revolution by traitors in our own damn government, and I hope that they do. That it does go national, because I think that will be it'll be uniting. Well, let me tell you about the Ashley Babbitt, because I made look this footage up online, guys. Okay, if you see the complete footage in that hallway, in the minutes before she was killed, there's two Capitol Police officers just yucking it up casually against the wall. And she goes up to them and is pleading and begging with them to do something and stop people from advancing down the hall, and they just laugh at her, basically. And then a few moments later, their lieutenant shoots her dead. And it's god-awful what happened.
The Black Lives Matter kid was right behind her, basically, egging her on.
Yep.
Actually, I even think he put his hands on her to help her to try to get through. But
I don't know.
To me, she died in battle. And I'm glad that this is going to happen for her. And when I'll say Barbara, I look at one of the comments she made. It's sort of a truth and open eyes to me are a recipe for MAGA voters, for more Republican MAGA voters. And she had mentioned the warrior team around Trump, and I was like, that is spot on. And you follow that up with that he is more at peace, and he really I see it. You can see it in him. He is just so relaxed and so much like in a constant flow. And I think a lot of that has to do with just the fact that he's at ease now, because he knows he's all these lies have been caught. The truth has caught the lies.
Well, this is
Let
me
ask
you
a question. I don't mean to interrupt your monologue, but I want to ask you a question, because I think you have an educated opinion. Do you think he has it in his mind that he's definitely going to run again? That's a tough call. I mean, Steve, I want him to.
We've seen that new poll. That new poll, 53% of Republicans want him to run again.
If I believe he wants to, without a doubt. I believe that he would. I believe he wants to. The whole thing is repealing the 22nd. It's a complicated thing to get that done.
He dodged a speeding bullet. Okay.
Yes, he did. He
Listen, we got to run for the break, but I appreciate life's complicated. All right, listen, we're going to take our bottom of the hour break and be right back. Okay. I want to tell all you guys watching online, I want to talk to you about your Medicare. If you are 65 years of age or older and you're a Medicare recipient, listen up. The number on your screen is for Chapter. They can help you no matter what state you are in, no matter where you are in the United States. You know, there's over 24,000 Medicare plans, and because Chapter is a national company, they have access to all of them. The average Chapter client saves $1,100 a year on their Medicare. That's a lot. That means a lot of them are saving a lot more. And millions of seniors are not even getting the benefits they're entitled to under their Medicare. You call that number. I'm going to give it to you in just a moment. It's on the screen. You're going to get a live agent on the phone. No matter what state you're in, they're going to answer all your questions about your Medicare. It costs you nothing. It's completely free. No strings, no catches, no nothing, completely free. They'll make sure you're on the right policy. They'll make sure you're getting all the benefits you're entitled to and make sure that you're not spending too much money, all right? 805-754-3033. 805-754-3033 for Chapter. Again, they're nationwide. Call them no matter where you're located. All right, let's see. We've got 1 minute. We'll be back in 1 minute. You there, Steve?
I am.
Okay. All right. 30 seconds. All right, we're back. I'm Brian. Steve Kane is here. You know, I've taken the breaks on time today, which is the first time all week I've done that. So if I've been short with some of the callers going into the breaks, that's why. You want to take some more calls, Steve?
Yes.
All right, let's go. All right. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, Jay from Jersey. Let me turn your crazy voice down.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to speak to Steve this morning, if it's okay.
I'm here.
Well, Steve, it's the holiday weekend.
Go ahead.
It's the holiday weekend, and y'all are being crazy talking about running again. But I'm just curious because Brian seems to be having some sort of brain function. What are your prices when you go to the grocery store? Everything's better for you?
I don't go to the grocery store. You want an answer to your question?
You pay for the groceries, don't you?
Do you want an answer to the question?
Do you eat? Do you eat?
Yes, I eat. That's not the question, though.
No, who buys your groceries then?
Who buys yours?
Did she tell you how much they're costing you?
No.
Oh, you don't care?
But she has access to the money I earn. And I earn enough to pay for my groceries.
Well, listen, okay, but let me ask you this question. Before the election...
Wasn't that answer good enough?
Wait a minute.
I love it.
Okay. Before the election,
I love
the
it.
grocery prices was a problem, but now they're not.
They've never been a problem for me. I don't pay the grocery bills. My wife does. Do you have a wife, by the way?
Yes, I do. I have a wife.
Does she
and
do
I have
the
a
shopping
adopted
for you?
son.
Does she do the shopping for you?
We both go to the grocery store.
She's supposed to?
I said we
Was
both
that your
go
answer?
to the grocery store. My answer is we both go to the grocery store.
Together?
Together sometimes, and sometimes whoever gets home from work or whatever needs to be picked up.
So you don't have enough money to pay your groceries?
Oh, yeah, I have plenty enough money to pay for my groceries, but I don't like the prices that they are.
Well,
you don't
I'm
realize
sorry
that.
about that.
It's weird that y'all are dumb. Because before the election, y'all were complaining that Biden has the grocery prices so high. But now they're 3 times as high, and y'all are all
That's
too
not
stupid
true.
to
Now
see.
you're either lying or stupid, or maybe both.
Oh, then you don't go to the grocery store. How would you know?
You know, Steve, there's a possibility here, okay?
All I know is what you're telling me, and what you're telling me is that you don't tell the truth.
You know what I think might be happening, Steve?
your
Oh,
wife.
Jay, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Steve. You know, Steve, Jay's wife may not have told him that the prices have come down, so she can sock away some money from him.
But by the way, I just want to point something out. Put him on hold for a second. I want to point out Brian's making an assumption of facts that are not necessarily in evidence. You're assuming that Jay's wife is a she.
Oh.
Is your wife a
And
she,
y'all
Jay?
are assuming.
Y'all.
Listen to this, though. Yeah, y'all. Yeah, because I'm black. I can say that. Yeah, y'all. I'm black. I can say that.
Black say y'all?
Y'all. Yeah,
Y'all.
I
I
say
never
y'all.
heard that before.
In
y'all
Jersey.
are assuming, listen to this, you're assuming that the people that are listening believe the crap that's coming out your mouth because they're going to the grocery stores at this holiday and it's costing them 4 times as high.
4 times. Before it was 3.
I was pretty happy about what's going on.
He said it was 3. Now it's gone up another time in the conversation.
Ask your wife, because y'all are too wimpy to even acknowledge.
We're in traditional homes. We live in traditional homes.
4 times as high.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know it.
Y'all.
People hear you. People are listening to you.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yeah, y'all.
Is that it for y'all?
Yeah, that's it for y'all.
Goodbye, y'all.
Oh, my goodness.
This piece of work.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. All right, let's go. You're on the air.
Next time, clarify that. Now he's got me a little confused. I think maybe we hit on something by accident.
Maybe. You're on the air, caller. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Morning, Brian. This is James. Bother James from Delray. How you doing today, buddy?
All right.
Hey, listen, I just wanted to correct you on one thing. I have the video of that too, and it was John Alexander, the known Antifa member from Utah, who got to the front of that line when Ashley Babbitt got shot. There were 3 officers there. What you didn't see was the guy, the Capitol Police officer, squaring off with an AR against that Michael, whatever, that shot Ashley. He squared up and he had pulled his gun back, but at the end of it, he squared off with him with an AR, punch right at him.
I'll take a look for that.
no
I'll take a look for that. Oh my goodness. See, that guy was talking pretty fast. Okay. Hold on a second here. All right, I've lost it. Okay. Oh, before we go back to the phone, well, let's take another call. Hold on, let's just take another call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey, Brian.
Yes.
It's Jules from New York.
What's up?
Hey, Jewel.
Hey, how are you, Steve? Steve, can I ask you a quick question before I say something to Brian?
Here goes.
Do you remember Gary Stevens from SFjr radio shows in New York City?
Gary who?
Stevens.
It sounds very familiar to me.
Not Gary Daniels. Gary Stevens?
Yes.
I'll tell you why that's hard. There's so many people in this business that have 2 first names. And I've known so many Garys. Gary Stevens, Gary Michael. I've known a few Gary Michaels. I've known a Gary Steven.
Back to the 60s.
Oh no, I wasn't born yet.
You weren't even born yet.
You know, so is this a guy? Is this a guy that you know that worked with Steve Kane, or was just on the air back then?
Well, no, Steve may have known him from the New York City circuit. And
Gary.
I was wondering, because my sister had won a blind date with him years ago. My sister's 75.
Oh my God, did he have a good face for radio?
Yes, he did. Yes,
That means he's ugly. Oh, his
hands.
hands. Well, that's the opposite. When someone's ugly, you say that you got a good face for radio. It's an old.
Oh, yeah, this is true. This is true. No, he had a good face for radio and TV.
Yes.
So I know. But here's my thing. Jay's driving me insane, and I know I've actually even DM'd you my flyer from ShopRite in New York here, because Jay's only on the other side of the river from me, and I grew up right outside of right in Westchester County, as a matter of fact, in New York. But I'm looking at the ShopRite flyer. Jay, I was taught by my late mother, who made it to almost 98 years old. She would have been 100 this past day after Christmas. In any event, and I just turned 60 last week, as a matter of fact. She taught me well, and she used to say, her famous line is, watch those sales. So, for instance, I'm looking at ShopRite's flyer now. $1.99, percent of cut 40%. like 12-packs. Snapple, as a matter of fact. These are prices that are going back to 10 years ago.
In fact,
So
they came out. I didn't bring this up because Jay didn't want. He just wanted to talk to Steve, so I honored his wishes.
Yeah.
But if white privilege exists, how can a black man tell a white guy not to speak? Interesting. But
Exactly.
But CNBC did a report on this. Prices are down across the board, and inflation is much lower than even projected. But the thing is about prices, President Trump talked about this before the election. Once prices are up, it's hard to bring them down. They've come down. I'd like to see them come down more, but they've come down. But most importantly, they have not continued to rise. Okay?
Right. And I look forward to my flyer every week. Listen, I got rheumatoid arthritis now. You probably see me whining about it all the time in the chat, everybody. But I look forward to my flyer. I circle everything in the flyer that I want my husband to buy because he's like you. He loves to read. He has to do my food shopping now. I used to be in charge of my household. Now I have to depend on my husband a lot. I've been with him since 1983, right after high school. We're 60 and he's going to be 64 in October. In any event, he's got to do all my shopping. And when I tell him, oh, look at this, buy 4 of them. Because it says limit 4 per variety.
And I'll tell you, listen, we gotta run for the break because we're up against the break and we're running short on time.
William Youngerman's coming up.
That's right. Appreciate that. But before William Youngerman, I got to talk about coastal weight loss secrets as we're talking about eating. And I want you guys to call. It's a no-charge consultation. They can help you wherever you're located in the United States. And you've heard me talk for some time now about the great work and how I didn't take any pills, no shots. Eating food I would normally eat, no exercise. And I'm at the weight I was when I married my wife 29 years ago. And the cool thing about it is, and I don't know how this happened, talk to Dr. Zuckerman, I lost the weight from the parts of the body I wanted to lose my weight, my face and neck. My stomach is flat, and I've lost many inches off my waist. Give them a call, 561-247-6300. My results are typical. 561-247-6300, 561-247-6300. And online, coastalweightloss.com. We'll be right back. Hey there, hold on. Okay. You there, Steve? Steve, you there? Lost Steve. Got it? We're in break. Okay, stand by. All right, Steve, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to get William. Stand by. All right, William, we have about 20 seconds.
Okay.
All right, we are back, and it's time for the final gold report of the week from the offices of William Youngerman Incorporated in Boca. We have William Youngerman on the line. William Youngerman, how are the metals ending the week?
Metals are interesting. We're down right now, but I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the day that we're up. We had a nice rally yesterday with gold gaining $20.60, well above that $3,400 resistance area. Closing out the day at $3,416.10 after trading as high as $3,424. recognizing that that's only about $25 away from the all-time record high.
Wow.
So we are basically looking for the gold and silver to make all-time record highs in September. Break out of this trading range and to see even higher prices. Silver yesterday closed up 46 cents at $38.98.
Wow.
Platinum gained $15 at $1,360, and palladium was up $11 at $1,103. As might be suspected, we have a little bit of a pullback. Overnight, we've traded in range from 34.03 to 34.20, and right now gold is at $3,412 the ounce. That's just down $4.10. So we're down 8 cents at $38.90. Platinum down $15 at $13.45. And palladium down $8 at $1,095. So we also will be closed Monday. So make a note of the holiday. Everybody have a nice holiday, but we will be closed Monday.
But normal hours today.
Normal hours today, 10
Yep.
a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. Well, listen, William Youngman opens up at 10 a.m. You can stop in at 150 East Palmetto Park Road in Boca, on the first floor of the Bank of America building, just east of US 1, Federal Highway, on the south side of Palmetto Park Road. Give him a call, toll-free, 1-800-327-5010, 1-800-327-5010, and find both his phone number and address online at williamyoungerman.com. All right, William Youngerman, we'll talk on Tuesday.
Okay, have a nice weekend.
All right, take care, take care. All right, are you back with us, Steve?
I sure am.
Okay, we have a couple openings at 888-465-2631. All right, let's go. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Brian. Good morning, Steve.
Richie.
Yeah, Steve. Yeah, good morning. Listen, I want to address Jay really quick. You know, regardless of what you think about food prices, the only thing I've seen gone up is coffee in our shop. But the thing is this, there's a major industry in this country that is really doing terrible. I talked to Brian about it a long time ago, but they're in big trouble, and it's the cars, and it's not President Trump.
Yeah.
It has to do with Biden and the crazy Democrats, okay? They insisted on these electric cars. So what's happened is all these manufacturers have flooded everything with electric cars. Nobody was buying them.
Yep.
So their prices are high. The regular cars' prices had to go up because of those electric cars. So to balance it out, so the companies wouldn't lose their shirts. So now these car companies are sitting with tons of cars. Nobody can afford them because of Jerome Powell's high interest rate.
That's right.
So I mean, you have no idea. The automotive industry in this country.
You know, I drove by, I think it was a Volvo dealership. I can't remember what it was, but they had a big sign. They're like trying to, just about their EVs on the sidewalk. They're trying
Weren't they going to, I thought Trump was going to lower the taxes when you buy a car. What was that he was going to
you
do?
can, on new cars, you can, with the big beautiful bill, on new cars that are American made, you can deduct the interest on your auto loan from your taxes.
And that's a huge
thing. Trying to fit.
And the auto industry, they haven't been advertising that, and I don't understand that because, you know, that is so I understand the rates are high, but if you can deduct that off your income taxes, that's a big deal, and
it's a major deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Well, President Trump's trying to fix a problem that Biden created. This is one of the most.
See, I got to find out. I don't know if my car was made in the United States or not. My new car. I got a Mini Cooper, and it could have been.
The whole electric car thing was a ripoff from the beginning.
Well, they're going out.
Terrible.
They're going out with. You know where the electric cars are going? The same place the Yugos went.
Yeah, it's by the junkyard.
Yes.
The junkyard.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, like the average prices of automobiles because of all of this has skyrocketed. Steve, you know what a Ford F-150 loaded costs today?
Oh yeah.
$120,000. And if you get one that's stripped, totally stripped, it's $70,000.
I know, and I was going to get a pickup last year. Because I thought, well, because I've got my Vespa, my MAGA scooter, and I thought, I'll put it in the bed and I can drive here. And I go to the dealership, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing, $120,000 and even higher. You know, I mean, come on. My mother's house, my mother only paid $57,000 for her house, and that was a long time ago. But I'm like, come on, it's too much.
I think the average price, including all the cheap cars, is over $30,000. And with the interest rates, and by the way, the repossessions at this point in time, CarMax says they're at a record rate. They have to take out extra insurance.
Yeah.
Repos are all over the place. It's in major trouble.
You know, I remember. Do you remember? I don't know if you remember this caller, Steve, but when I was on the air overnights, I used to do the 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. slot. And I used to get a call. I can't remember his first name. The repo man. He would call me from cars he was repossessing. He didn't just call me. He called. Do you remember that caller, Richie? He called everybody in the Miami market. I cannot remember his first name. All right, appreciate the call, Richie. Yeah, repos are up. If you're on hold, stand by. You know, it's Friday. If you're in pain, you want to start the weekend feeling good. Go see Dr. Appleton and say bye-bye to your pain. You know, his laser treatment. There's no injections, no drugs, no surgery, no downtime. He's rid me of pain 7 times, and it works on every type of pain that I've ever heard of. I ran into one of our listeners over there, Steve. His whole life he's been in the carpet business. His knees are shot because he's been on his knees all his life laying carpet. He went to Dr. Appleton, boom, he's got his knees back. Pain's gone. It works, and it's painless. Give Dr. Appleton a call. Now remember, walk-ins are welcome. Appointments are never necessary, even on Saturdays. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. 954-973-0710. And online, AppletonCairo.com. All right, let me take some more of these calls, Steve. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hey, IB.
Hey, IB.
This time is very short. Since time is very short, you guys keep talking about Ashley Babbitt. We have to give the co-conspirator in her death. The name is Yolanda Pittman. She was the one who oversaw the whole operation and not responded to radio calls from her own Capitol Police where help was really needed. This guy, I won't mention his name, has been there for 26 years, and he started out as the little guy, and he excelled at the job, and he did a report on this. So if Trump's going to put a team together to investigate January 6th, the name Yolanda Pittman must be in there because...
All right, I don't know who that is, but appreciate the call. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Oh, this is Mark. You hung up on me earlier.
Which one were you? The guy from Michigan?
Yeah.
That was like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, no, I just got out of
And
work.
you may deny this now, but you used profanity. You hung up on yourself.
I did not use profanity.
We had to dump the call. You were yelling, and we had to dump it. But anyway, you're back now. It's on your mind.
Well, I want to talk about the whole transgender thing because you guys are acting like it's a big thing, and they make up less than 1%.
Wait a minute. We act like it's a big thing. If a man or a young man goes to a doctor and has a surgical procedure that turns their penis into a vagina, you're telling me that's not a big deal? That's just some casual surgery?
Well, you know, I don't personally agree with that. Just like I don't appreciate, I don't follow gay rights. I don't think there should be gay pride month.
Whatever, but if what you said is true, the problem's worse than we thought. There's been over half a dozen, hold on, in the last few years, there's been over half a dozen mass shootings done by transgendered people. And there's such a small percentage of the population, you must admit there's some problem there.
Well, you know, the mass population of people who go on killing sprees are actually white single men.
Not anymore. No, that's not true. That's not true. You know, these high-profile incidents. In Minneapolis, you had a transgendered person.
What about the guy who shut up the CDC 3 weeks ago?
I don't know about that. I mean, there's all kinds of people, but there have been several. There's been several high-profile incidents with transgender shooters lately, and there's such a small percentage of the population. There's got to be some issue. I don't know why you guys on the left are becoming trans activists when there's a problem.
I'm not really a trans activist per se.
Per se, not really.
No. I believe in personal freedom because.
Oh my! All right. Well, listen. I'm gonna take a personal freedom of moving on. That was just such a. I like what he said. I never heard that before, Steve, from a caller. I'm not a trans. Yeah, I love. That was a great response.
Mr. Per se.
Oh my God! See, you never know on Open MAGA Mike Friday. You never know how the show's going to turn out.
Anything happens.
Exactly. It's totally. Anything
can happen.
Yeah, we're almost out of time for the day, but I saw a story. It looks like good news. Not a lot to say about it, but they're saying Saturday Night Live may finally be canceled.
Really? It's that time. It's been on life support for a while.
Did you see the Saturday Night Live movie that came out a year or so ago?
No.
You might like it. It was, I watched it when I flew out to see my daughter in California. I watched it on the plane. The guy that plays Chevy Chase is really good. Lorne Michaels produced it, so it's put up on a pedestal where Lorne Michaels looks like, a god because he produced the movie. But it's a good one. I think you'd like it. It'll take you back to the Belushi. The guy that plays Belushi is very good too.
I got a quick question since it came up.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
I'll ask you if you call me when we get
Well,
off
hang on, because we're going to continue after 9. Remember?
Okay.
Okay. Listen, we're out of time. We'll see you Monday morning at 6 a.m. You're listening to Florida's longest-running radio show, the Steve Kane Show. I'm Brian Craig. Steve Kane has been here. Take care, everyone. We'll see you at 6 a.m. on Monday. Have a great Labor Day. All right, stand by. All right, we're clear, but we're still online. We're still on YouTube.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you on the air, but I could.
Well, you're on the air now to the YouTube people.
We're on the air now. The film a couple of years ago, actually more than 10 years ago, starring Mickey Rourke, The Wrestler.
Oh, yeah.
Does that ring a bell?
Oh, yeah, great movie.
Was that the name of it?
The Wrestler. Yep, The Wrestler.
And who else was in it?
I don't remember really anyone else being in it. It was a low budget kind of thing.
Yeah.
They had a guy. It wasn't based on real. It was based on real people, but it wasn't a. Like I thought at the time Mickey Rourke was Ric Flair. I kind of, you know what I mean? But I could be wrong about that. And then they had a guy.
I remember he was very good in the movie. It was a great movie.
Yeah,
Remember the Claw?
Yeah, they had his nemesis was a ripoff of the Iron Sheik.
Yes.
Yeah, I forgot about that movie. That's a good movie. You would like the Saturday Night Live movie. It was good. Yes. There's a good scene in that movie. It takes place. It's the opening night of Saturday Night Live, and it takes you through everything that happened that night, and it's really good. But Lorne Michaels hates Chevy Chase because Chevy Chase, he's pissed off at him for Chevy Chase quit after the first year to do the movies, and Lorne Michaels never forgave him for it, and so he makes him look bad in it. But there's a scene with Chevy Chase and Milton Berle where they get into it, and from what I understand, the scene really happened. You won't want to. I don't want to spoil the movie because it's that good. I don't usually mind spoiling a scene in a movie, but
what's the name of it?
I'll look it up real quick. Hold on. Let me look it up. It is really good. I liked it, it's with that era that of Saturday Night Live that was good. I'll make sure I get the name right. It was called Saturday Night. It's called Saturday Night. It came out last year.
Creative.
Yeah, very creative. But again, remember, Lorne Michaels produced it, so it's very self-serving. Okay, from his viewpoint. Okay, and William Dafoe's in it. He plays the network executive. Who's it's very good. But there's this stupid line. Lorne Michaels is fighting with William Dafoe, who's the studio executive who came up through Carson, and he doesn't like the show. And Lorne Michaels says, "This is the first television show brought to you by the generation that grew up on TV." And I'm thinking, who gives a who cares? But other than that, it's a good movie. But I wanted to get back to this thing though that we were talking about. This poll that came out about Trump in 2028, because I know a lot of people are going to say this is I don't think people appreciate where the country was going. We were screwed. If Kamala Harris would have become president.
Oh my God.
Yeah. See, what would have happened if Trump had not, they were doing all this crap, but if Trump would not have won re-election, they would have viewed that as a mandate to quadruple down on all their woke crap. And
it would have brought all these foreign voters into the country and turned us into a third world nation.
the number of illegals in the United States would have doubled in the first year of her presidency. And because remember, their goal was to, so many blacks have become conservative. They're done with black people, the Democrats. You haven't been loyal to them. So they were bringing in illegals from all over the world through the southern border to replace. When people talk about replacement, they think replace white people. They were trying to
They're finished with everybody.
The American people.
The Democratic Party.
Yeah, they're done with the American people. So they were transporting other nations into our country. And that border would have been, it would have been the biggest human migration in the history of humanity.
Well, it was already well on its way.
Yeah. Free speech would have been gone. Because everything would have been deemed hate speech. President Trump would have been in prison right now. Judge Merchan, the New York judge.
It was a turning point for the American people.
Yeah.
It was a turning point for our country.
Yeah.
And if we had lost that, freedom would be dead.
Yeah, the Ukraine war with Russia, it would be World War III. They would have instigated. We would have had boots on the ground over there.
Yeah, I think Kamala would have solved the Mideast thing in an overnight. I'm sure.
Oh my goodness! I could only imagine. That attack on Israel. Civilization was in the balance. Literally. The country's been through a lot.
I don't know about civilization, but democracy was certainly in the balance.
Well, the whole country was going to be gone. It was going to be gone forever. We would never have won another election.
It was he wanted to turn America into basically a third world pit.
And I don't even know who would, if Kamala had won, I don't even know who really would be running the country.
The Democratic Party.
So what President Trump is doing is a reset back to normalcy that we gotten away from since Obama, right? And he needs another 4 years to get it locked in.
Well, I think that's what this is all about. Everything is planned out. There's no question of that. It's highly organized, well planned out, and it's all with an eye towards another term.
Yeah, exactly.
Which, as I say, I continue to remind people, I predicted from day one.
And then they announced yesterday, did you see this thing about the Republican convention that Trump announced yesterday?
Yes, what a genius idea. That's going to take care of the problem with the midterms.
Well, yeah, okay. So, if you're not familiar with it, President Trump, and this has never been done before, President Trump announced that the Republicans are going to have a national convention before the midterms. And so that means we're going to have instead of him running around doing 100 rallies while he's trying to save the world, we're going to have our primaries, and then President Trump is going to lead this Republican National Convention and introduce to America the team that's going to save us. It's all the people that are running for Senate and the House and the governors.
Yeah.
It's going to be amazing. We're going to gain.
Stroke of genius, no question.
Yeah. Yeah. And, that's not only has that never been done before, because it's never been done before, it's going to be a massive media event, and it's going to be the biggest pep rally convention that probably you've ever seen, even though it's not the presidential election. That's going to take us right into the midterm victories. We're going to gain, because they say that the party in power always loses in the midterms. And if you go in with that attitude of expecting it, it's going to happen. And everything Trump is doing is to make sure that doesn't happen. Everything.
Well, this was the coup de grace, this last piece that he put in yesterday. The convention.
I know. That's great. Because what will happen is he'll come out there with every candidate for the Senate and the House and every governor. that's
It'll
running.
be a major theatrical production.
Yep.
And all the candidates will be there, and all the excitement of a full election year is going to be captured.
And they'll all be, and I imagine at some point he'll be on stage and they'll all be behind him, like on steps or something on the stage, and he's going to introduce this MAGA team and it'll be very racially diverse. Okay, it's going to, you'll see that, there'll be blacks, Hispanics, whites, gays, straights, no trans, but other than that, and
that's one of the big unspoken accomplishments of Trump. He's gotten rid of the racism crap.
Yep.
That control the Democrats used to control the country.
That's exactly
and that's all history
right.
now.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And that's going to get people so energized. And look what the Democrats have. Did you see this story I had on the Maryland governor earlier? Oh,
No.
Okay. You know Will Kane in the afternoon.
Oh, yes.
You guys related?
No, he spells it differently.
Yeah, he's really good. He's
excellent.
Okay. Well, he's a radio guy. He comes from radio and podcasting and stuff. So he's like, you know what I mean? And
you can tell.
Yeah, he's good. So Wes Moore is the Democrat governor of Maryland. And
oh, yeah, okay, I did hear you.
Yeah, well, let me recap this for people that missed this. This was crazy. With they thought he was going to be the new Obama, right? They thought they had the new Obama here in Florida a couple years ago. What was his name? The guy, he was black. His name started with a G. He ran against Ron DeSantis the first time, and then he lost. And then he was found with a male prostitute in a Miami Beach motel covered in vomit and drugs.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I can't remember his name. He was going to be the next Obama, but that happened. So Wes Moore, and there were a few in between, but Wes Moore was going to be their next Obama. And he had been they found he was doing stolen valor. He was saying that he had been awarded or received the Bronze Star with the battlefield something, epaulets or something. I can't remember what it was called. It wasn't true. He lied. And not only did he lie, he had filled out forms and things and had been part of his campaign literature saying he won this medal that he didn't get. And when he got found out, the Biden Pentagon gave him the Bronze Star 2 years ago for his service 20 years ago. Retroactive. So that he couldn't be called a liar. He actually had the Bronze Star. I've never seen something so crooked done by the Democrats with stolen valor. I've never seen anything like that. And Will Kane had him on yesterday and
I heard the call.
Yeah, and called him out on. He's like, "Well, I have the Bronze Star." And he's like, "Yeah, but they gave it to you 2 years ago. You were saying you had it 20 years ago."
Great.
And
he knows how to do it. He has the technique down, the same one you used with the question.
And he walked him down the garden path. And let me tell you something. If I were Hannity, I'd be looking in my rear at Will Kane because he is badass. And Hannity is so vanilla, just boring.
He's just full of himself, that's all.
He's full, yeah. But what Will Kane did with Wes Moore yesterday was one of the biggest takedowns I've seen in a long time on television with a Republican versus a Democrat. And he was so good at it. Only problem, he's going to have a hard time getting guests now.
It was a thing of beauty.
Oh, yeah. So I can't wait to see him do it again. But Will Kane I couldn't stand Cavuto, and he's on in the Cavuto slot. But
I like Cavuto.
I never liked Cavuto. But that was one of the best things I've seen on television in a long. Hannity's too arrogant to be worried.
That's exactly his problem. And everything's about Hannity, and when he gets a good guest on, you want him to shut up so you can hear the guest.
Yeah.
And you just can't do it.
You know, the thing with him, with the guest, I do watch him when he interviews Trump. And he does that. And with Trump, it's like he's trying to impress Trump with his knowledge or his promotion of him. So he goes through all these things that he wants Trump to hear him say. You know, I don't know. I don't even know why he has guests. You know, if you're going to do that.
He has guests to showcase himself.
Oh, my goodness. He must be terrible to work for. I bet you. I bet you he's terrible.
It's a turnoff. His arrogance is a turnoff.
Well, but a lot of people, they get these egos and they just can't contain them. And I see people at our level, we've known people that have egos. They're on the air and they think they're all that. It's so.
Yeah, it's not as bad as Hannity.
Hannity's the worst. Hannity's the worst. Yeah. Well, that story that Judge Janine told about him in the Oval Office that a couple weeks ago that I shared. I mean, that was Will Kane.
No one found that hard to believe, I'm sure.
Yeah, somebody asked in the chat. Will Kane. He spells it C-A-I-N. Steve spells his with a K, and he's on. I guess it's 4 p.m. on the East Coast on Fox.
Four on Fox.
Yeah, and he's out of Texas, and he's good. He's really good. All right, Steve. I'll give you a ring later.
Okay.
All right. Take care. Yeah. So you guys, I've been. If you haven't noticed yet, it's been 8 days now. So I've added an hour to the show. So instead of 3 hours, we're doing 4 hours, and I'm starting early and then going late. And Steve's been hanging out with me late, so which I was surprised. I didn't think he'd want to do that, and Steve likes it. He's like, well, maybe we should just do an online show. It'd be less stressful sometimes. I don't know, but I'm glad Steve's been hanging out with me a little bit, because you guys don't. You guys that listen to me online, you don't get to hear Steve as much as you get to hear me. I wanted to play before I go though. I want to play some sound bites. This is Don Lemon. I liked it. I've wanted to add an extra hour to the show for a while. So what I was thinking was I'd go later, but going later is, I'm already in place. So why don't I just start early and then I'll go later? So, and I think it's great. And you guys, I appreciate, because I can see the numbers. And when we sign off the radio, I see you guys, you stay with us when we do the switch. And I've noticed the last couple days, a lot of you, have you clicked the notification bell? So when I go live in the mornings, I see you guys jumping on now, because you know when I'm doing it now. When I first couple days, I didn't announce it, because I didn't know if I'd be able to do 4 hours or so. Because you can get worn out doing this stuff. Doing the show is intense, especially the radio show. Those 3 hours, you can see how much stuff I got going on, and it's. There's a lot of adrenaline, and it's like running a race. And then, so I wanted to do it without announcing it, and it's worked well. And I got to tell you, my numbers are way up. I mean, we're having about 2 million people just here every month on YouTube. That does not include my podcast platforms or the radio. So we're having 2 million plus just here on YouTube every month. And our numbers are significantly up, and that's really awesome, and I appreciate that. So if you could share the program on your socials, that'd be great too. So let me share this. This is Don Lemon, and I don't know. That doesn't look like a shirt he's wearing. It looks like a blouse, doesn't it? He's talking about the monster of Minneapolis. This is the thing. This is amazing. From the left, you're not hearing any sympathy towards the babies whose lives were taken or their families. They're all becoming By the way, if you want to call in, you're still welcome to call in. The number is pinned in the chat, 888-465-2631, 888-465-2631. They're becoming trans activists. No heart for the people here. obviously, you can be a trans person and not go out and do something like this, obviously. However, there's been a large number of these events that have been committed by trans people who are such a small percentage of the population. So there's a problem that we need to find out what's leading to this. And the other thing about gun deaths, he says usually I was talking yesterday that the number one cause of death for children is car accidents. That's true. But when you get to around 18, gun violence becomes a higher cause of death. The reason that is because of the inner cities of Chicago. There's so many Black and Hispanic gang problems and shootings. So I don't want to make it a racial issue. I'm only commenting on this because Don Lemon is making it an issue. But there's a tremendous amount of gun death in this country at the hands of Black and Hispanic gangbangers in the inner city. These inner cities where they have the high murder rates, it's usually Black on Black crime. Okay, that ends with these inner city, blue city murders. And on the left, they have zero sympathy for minorities that are falling victim to gun violence. They go around and talk about gun control. Most of the gun deaths that are murders are not done by these tragic situations like in Minneapolis. They're done on the streets of Baltimore, D.C. prior to the crackdown, Chicago, and elsewhere. And it's mostly minorities on both ends, the victim and the perpetrator. And they just don't care on the left. They really, truly don't. By the way, if you're new to the program, make sure that you subscribe. Now, I played this before things started, before 6, but for those that weren't around, this is Democrat Senator Mark Warner with his anti-Christian and anti-religious rhetoric in the aftermath of the Minneapolis incident. I mean, see, this is what when Ray called in earlier, he calls lowering the flag out of respect BS, but I know it's pretty bad, isn't it? It really is. Yeah, he's a disgusting person. And, he's disrespecting our flag and disrespecting not just Christianity, all religions, because you notice they're knocking praying in general. So what does that mean? They're going after everyone who prays, no matter what your religion is. The Democrat Party has come out of the closet as an atheist party. And speaking of atheist, S.E. Cupp, you guys know S.E. Cupp? She's on CNN. She started out, by the way, S.E. Cupp, who's married to a member of Congress. S.E. Cupp you know how she got her big break, S.E. Cupp? Glenn Beck hired her at The Blaze, in the early days of The Blaze, and she's been on CNN for a long time, and she's an atheist. Listen, this is S.E. Cupp on CNN. They're talking about Ashley. By the way, they're talking about the Ashley Babbitt military honors funeral that she's going to have. Wow, they're upset. Yeah, trying to stop things. SE Cup. Oh my goodness. Wow. So SE Cup is comparing Ashley Babbitt to Jeffrey Dahmer. And if you remember, Jeffrey Dahmer was a cannibal. Okay? And Berkowitz, you guys know Berkowitz, you know. But I mean, this is beyond imagination for me of sickness and bad taste with SE Cup. I mean, I mean, that makes me physically ill to compare Ashley Babbitt to Jeffrey Dahmer and the son of Sam. You're on the air. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Sarah from my foot. Are they a disgrace or what? These women talking on CNN like that? What a disgrace.
Yeah.
That woman, I'm so glad that he became president because she deserves to have what Trump's doing for that woman. I hope her family, can get over that, what happened, but she deserves to have an honorable funeral and all that.
Absolutely.
Also, I want to mention, how about on the 5, was it yesterday? That what Jessica Tarkoff said about, they're talking about, what was going on in Minneapolis, and she had the nerve to say to Jimmy Jones that, you're pulling the leg card again. I mean, I got to look at the 5 when she said that in the beginning of the show. These women are a disgrace.
Well, you know what's you're right. You know what the left, they're not even in control of themselves when they're publicly talking, because they've lost so much. This is Rosie O'Donnell talking about the Minneapolis event, massacre by that monster. She's talking about the Minneapolis shooter. No, everything you said is wrong, Rosie. I mean, she's at a whole nother level of delusion, that I've ever seen. Listen, if you're new to the program, make sure that you subscribe to the channel. And also make sure you click that notification bell so you get a notification when I go live. So this is the first full week of the 4-hour show, and I'm going to continue to do this moving forward. When I go to the radio station, I can't because I got to clear out for the next show. But when I'm using my studio here, I can go the extra hour. All right, guys, my name is Brian. This is where MAGA comes to talk. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you later.